My name, got it. My name is Ralph Pincus. I am a member of the Philadelphia Board of License and Inspection Review. And today I am the acting chair for our hearings, which are code enforcement matters. These proceedings are being recorded. So please note that as we proceed. I guess the first matter is for us to hear from the city with respect to the status of any cases that may need to be withdrawn or continued. And who usually we have a representative from the city to do that. I guess before we proceed, I would like the members of the board to introduce themselves to everyone, including the staff as well. I'm Ralph Pincus.
Roger S. Tennant, Senior Board Member.
Beverly Penn, Board Member.
Ryan McSherry, Board Counsel.
Richard Wade, Board Administrator.
Excuse me, Ken Washington, Board Member.
Very good. Anyone? No, that's everyone for the time being. Okay, and who will be going through the list with us from the law department today?
Good afternoon. This is Michael Rulo on behalf of the law department. I'll be handling the moots, the statuses of the ones that can be withdrawn, marked agreed, or are moot.
Great. So let's proceed.
Okay, beginning with number one, HA 2021-000072. The appellant is a Brian Van Lenten, and it concerns 42 East Durham Street. That matter, I had contacted the board. It is part of a retaining wall case, approximately 18 other matters, and we had advised that that should be listed together. So I just wanted to note that and make sure that it had been marked continued.
All right, we'll mark it continued, and I hope Mr. Wade will note it and find the other, I guess, 17 appeals so that they can all be listed on the same date.
Yes.
I emailed the board, I'm not sure if Richie was on it, with a list of 18 others and the addresses and appeal numbers. So we would just need the notices sent on all of those. I can make sure that that was forwarded to Mr. Wade, but yes, we'll provide that.
Very good, thank you.
Moving on to number 4, appeal ending 005445, Doherty Electrics Incorporated. That matter can be marked as subject to settlement.
I believe a copy of that agreement was forwarded to us either yesterday or today.
That's my understanding.
I saw it. So we'll mark it settled by agreement.
Settled by agreement?
Yes.
Thank you.
So number 1 is marked continued. I have a note that case number 2 has been continued. I don't know whether you're at that one, Mr. Rulo, or not.
That was not on my list, but if that's the case, then I default to that.
That was
Well, I guess I'd need confirmation from somebody. I have.
that was a
That's
continuance
my
request from
case.
Christopher Johnson.
Yeah, that's my case, and we had submitted that, and we're expecting it to be continued, so thank you for confirming.
Okay, request was received for case number 2, HA 2021-004653. We'll mark it. That request was made by the city. Is the appellant aware of the continuance request?
Yes, and I've received the documentation from appellant's counsel that they did not oppose the continuance.
Very good. We'll mark it continued. Case number 4 will mark as settled by agreement. Mr. Rulo next.
Moving on to number 7, appeal ending 005760, the Highlands Construction Management LLC. That matter can be marked moot, but it is not complied.
Okay, that's HA 2021-005760. It's being marked moot, but it's still the subject of a compliance proceedings or actions by the department. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so noted.
Moving on
Next.
to excuse me,
Go ahead.
moving on to number 10, appeal ending 005230. The appellant is a Carmen Cialaba. That matter can be marked, it was withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay, that involved a license for demolition, as I recall, correct?
That's correct. And the appellant did confirm in an email that they were withdrawing the appeal.
Very good. So noted. Appeal number HA 2021-005-230 is marked withdrawn. By
And moving-
appellant. Yes,
Moving on to number 12, appeal ending 005456, Tugboat Investments LLC concerning 802 South Lawrence Street. Matter can be marked moot complied.
I have a note marked, number 11 is marked moot complied, HA 2021-005-456. I have a note that number 11 has been withdrawn, the violation has been withdrawn. Is there someone to confirm that?
That is correct. Apologies, I had mixed up the order there.
Okay, so number 11, HA 2021-005-303, the city has withdrawn the violation and we should, so noted.
That's correct. Okay, and then moving on to number 14, appeal ending 005753, Dmitry Storominsky concerning 1333 Snyder Avenue. That matter can be marked moot complied.
So noted. Number 14 at 1333 Snyder Avenue, HA 2021-005753 is marked moot complied.
And then moving on to number 16, appeal ending 005214, Kentucky Holdings LLC concerning 2234 North Bancroft Street. My understanding is that there was a continuance request that is unopposed in that matter.
Is there someone here from the appellant? Do we
Yes.
know?
Yes, there's a Mr. Kirk, I believe,
Yes,
an
good.
attorney.
Yes, Justin Crick on behalf of the appellant.
And a request has been made for a continuance. The city is willing to agree to the continuance. And I assume you've made the request. I believe it was because you have just been retained. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we'll mark the case continued.
Thank you.
That is case number 16, HA 2021-005-214. Have a good afternoon.
And now number 17, appeal ending 005671, Frederick Mark concerning 1332 South Lawrence Street. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Case number 17, HA 2021-005671 is moot complied.
And number 21, appeal ending 005720, Norris Square Neighborhood Project concerning 2229 North Phillips Street. That matter can be marked settled via agreement.
And that's the case in which Mr. Ross is counsel, as I recall.
That is the case. I believe Mr. Ross is here as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Ross on behalf of the appellant in this matter, and we have agreed with Mr. Rulo on a resolution as per his written agreement.
Very good, very good. Perhaps your experience has paid off in this matter, Mr. Ross. Can we
First
get
time.
I don't believe we saw the agreement, so will somebody from the city forward a copy of that agreement to us so we can put it on, unless Mr. Wade, have you received that agreement?
I have not received that.
We submitted that agreement around an hour ago. Mr. Wade, I'll make sure that you get that agreement.
Okay.
So we'll mark case number 21 HA 2021-005720 as settled by agreement. Is that city affirmed, I guess? That would be my question.
We would ask that it be marked just settled by agreement, consistent with the terms of that agreement.
Okay, okay. Is that acceptable, Mr. Wade, for purposes of disposing it on the?
Yes.
21 is marked settled by agreement. Have a good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to see you.
And moving on to number 24, appeal ending 005171, James Brown concerning 2839 North Bonsall Street. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Case number 24, HA 2021-005171 is marked moot complied.
And moving on to number 25, appeal ending 005223, Ashley J. Brody, turning 6246 Chestnut Street. That matter can be marked settled by agreement as well. I would note that there actually is an attorney on that matter now, Mr. Gerald Pomerantz. He is not here. That's my understanding at least.
Okay, but he was a party to the discussions to settle the case.
Yes, and he executed the agreement, which we did submit to the board. I'll confirm that Mr. Wade has a copy of that as well.
Very good. Case number 25, HA 2021-005223 will mark settled by agreement. Again, not affirmed, just settled by agreement, correct?
That's correct.
Very good.
And moving on to number 26, appeal ending 005339 concerning a Catherine Castile concerning 4349 East Thompson, that can be marked moot complied.
Case number 26, HA 2021-005339 is marked moot complied.
And moving on to number 27, appeal ending 005426, Charles G. Robinson, 305 North Sia Street, that can be marked moot complied.
Again, case number 27, HA 2021-005426 will mark moot complied.
Okay, and moving on to, excuse me, mixed up my numbers here. Number 33, appeal ending 005673, Walter Ulatowski, 4818 Rosalie Street. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Again, case number HA 2021-005673 we'll mark the file moot complied.
Thank you.
Moving on to number
Well, wait, all right, just a second. Mr. Ulatowski, you're present?
Yes, can I be
We're marking
dismissed?
We're marking the file as having been resolved, and you do not need to, you're welcome to stay on if you want to listen or watch the rest of the hearings, but your case has been resolved for this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Very good.
And I'm leaving the Zoom hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Rulo.
Moving on to number 34, appeal ending 005676, Dolores Morris, 1913 Plymouth Street. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied. I guess I should be asking, is Ms. Morris present?
Hello, my name is Sheila Rowe, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Dolores Morris. I believe that the address was the wrong address because she has a full cement outdoor patio in the front of the house. There's no trees, there's no shrubs, and there's no grass there.
Well, Ms. Morris, the city is closing its case on this matter. The property, so if it's the wrong address, if they've sent her any notices at 1913 Plymouth Street, the city is marking it as moot complied. So the matter has been resolved.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll mark the file moot complied, case number HA 2021-005676, Dolores Morris, 1913 Plymouth Street. Okay?
Yes. Thank
Have
you.
a good afternoon.
You as well. Be safe. Good holiday.
Thank you. Mr. Rulo.
Moving on to number 35, appeal ending 00724, James McCullough concerning 1224 West Allegheny Avenue. We can mark that matter moot complied.
Mr. McCullough, are you present? Mr. James McCullough? Sorry about that. Mr. McCullough, okay, we'll mark it moot complied, case number HA 2021-005724.
And moving to number 37, 21-005-752, Rotimi Mary Afwapi, number 14, concerning address 144 North Millick Street. That matter can be marked moot complied.
I'll try that name as well. Rutimi Mary Fuapi, are you present?
Yes.
The city is saying that the violations have been marked moot complied and there's no longer a pending matter for consideration by this board.
Thank you.
Very good. We'll mark the file for case number HA 2021-005-752 as moot complied.
Number 38, number 38, 000-006, Robert Cantor, 5700 to 4 Germantown Avenue. That can be marked moot complied.
Is there a Robert Cantor present? Robert Cantor?
No.
Okay. No, anyone here for the property at 5704 Germantown Avenue? Okay, well, we'll mark the case moot complied. Case number HA 2022-0000. There are 5 zeros and the 6.
Okay, and number 40, ending 00017, Eric Lawrence, 5122 Rochelle Avenue. That can be marked moot complied.
Is either Eric Lawrence or John P. Lane an attorney? Are either of these individuals present? Eric Lawrence, John Lane, 5122 Rochelle Avenue. Okay, well, we'll mark the case moot complied, case number HA 2022-00-30170.
And now number 42, HA 2021-005728, MW Manor LP, 430 West Manheim Street. That can be marked moot complied.
Anyone present for the property at 430 West Manheim Street, MW Manor LP? Okay, well, we'll mark the case number HA 2021-004728 as moot complied.
Number 43, ending 005215, Southern Fine LLC, 2944 Page Street. That can be marked moot complied.
Is there anyone here for Southern Fine LLC, 2944 Page Street?
Yes, Justin Crick, counsel, and I understand the matter is being marked complied.
Very good. So you were here. Okay, you have 2 cases today, at
I
least.
have the next 2 as well.
Okay. Well, we'll mark this one moot complied. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Very good. That's case number HA 2021-005215. Once again, moot complied.
And now number 44, ending 005216, Bulky Boy LLC, 2208 North Natrona Street. There is a continuance request in that matter. My understanding is that it is unopposed.
The request for the continuance was made by Mr. Crick for his client,
Yes.
and no one from the city is opposing it.
That's correct.
And it's not a critical situation with respect to the violations.
I would turn that to the city's attorney for specifics on the case to confirm.
Michelle Reinhardt for the city for this. This is not a critical situation. We have time for one continuance request.
Very good. Thank you. We'll mark the case continued. That's case number HA 2021-005216.
And moving on to number 45, ending 005217, Kentucky Holdings LLC, 2231 North Grat Street. There is a continuance request in that matter. However, I would default to the city's attorney in that matter, specific attorney, as to whether or not the city is opposing that request. I believe that is Ms. Nakia Clark.
Ms. Clark, are you present?
Good afternoon, Board. Nakia Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. The continuance request was made by the appellant's attorney, Justin Kirk, and the city does not oppose that request.
Very good. All right, we'll mark it continued. Case number HA 2021-005217. All three of these cases are, the two cases that are continued. This is the first time there's a continuance, is that, at least as far as I noticed. Is that correct, Mr. Wade?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Have a good afternoon.
Does it for the moots, settled cases, continuances, and withdraws? I would like to direct the board's attention to number 29, though. That is
One moment before you proceed. I realize that for the first several cases, which you called moot complied or requested continuances, I didn't call for the names of the appellants. So is there anyone present right now whose case was called and I didn't ask them to identify themselves, that's been that the city has requested either a continuance or marked moot comply? Is there any appellant whose case has been called and called out in the last 10 or 15 minutes? Very good.
And Mr. Johnson, I believe Mr. Johnson has a continuance to put on the record.
Yeah,
He
that's
has his
correct.
hand raised.
I have a couple of matters that I would like to bring to the board's attention where we're asking for them to be continued. But also first, for number 5 on the list, the appeal of Deborah Swain, that violation has been withdrawn by the department. So we're going to ask for that to be appeal granted. The city's already withdrawn the violation.
Do we need to vote on that if you want the appeal to be affirmed?
I think it could be done by agreement or marked as moot since the city already withdrew the violation.
I would mark it moot. The violation's been withdrawn. Unless anyone disagrees, case number HA 2021-005623, violation withdrawn, case is moot. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, for number 20 on today's list, it's the appeal of Bride of Franken Simons LLC regarding the property at 780 South 2nd Street. I know that Mr. Nokumson and I corresponded about this case today. We're jointly asking the board to continue it. There is a zoning board of appeals hearing on that property scheduled for next week. And the issue was use of a window for takeout purposes. That zoning appeal is going to take care of that issue. For that reason, we're going to ask that the board continue it.
The zoning appeal may or may not take care of that issue. Is that correct?
It will take care of the issue of whether they're authorized for that use.
Yes, okay, I understand. And Mr. Nokumson is the attorney, because as far as I recall, Mr. Nokumson and Mr. Patterson are listed, though they're not both, at least unless something has changed,
Oh,
They're
wait,
not in the same-
I apologize. I think they actually have a new attorney. It's Mr. Leili.
That's correct, Liley. We've been recently retained by the appellant.
So it's neither Mr. Knockhamson or Mr. Patterson?
That's correct.
Okay, so are you agreeing to continue this matter pending the resolution of the zoning appeal?
We do.
Okay, so noted, and it's Matthew Leili.
It's Leili.
Leili Esquire. Very good. So noted. Case number HA 2021-004943. The case is noted, marked continued.
Thank you.
Have a
And
good afternoon.
one last continuance request on number 41, the appeal of Ferraro Construction regarding 260 South 16th Street. Mr. Miller is here today on that case. And we're asking that the board continue that out for about 6 months. The main reason is there's underlying litigation between the neighbors of the two properties. In order for Mr. Miller's client to comply the violation, it would require the permission of the neighbor. And they're in litigation right now, so it's the expectation that the issues regarding permits that must be obtained will be resolved as a result of that litigation.
I think I did see Mr. Miller. I don't see him right now, but
Question on that.
there you are. Is that your understanding and agreement, Mr. Miller?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Very good. So we'll mark case number
Before you move forward,
41 as continued.
Can't hear
And
you,
Mr. Wade,
Roger.
I know.
He doesn't hear you.
Mr. Pickens, I have a
Ralph,
question on
Mr.
that one. Mr.
I'm
Pickens,
hearing. Is that okay, Mr. Miller? And Mr. Wade, would you note to not list it for the next 6 months?
I put the note.
Chair, I have a question on that.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, is that an agreement by the community or just by one individual neighbor?
The one individual neighbor who's part of the issue revolves around a party wall that was extended up to additional stories, and the neighbor's chimney was involved in the construction of the party wall, and so it's just solely regarding the one neighbor's chimneys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. All right. Mr. Johnson, I do see Mr. Pollock present, and I know he had a case, which I think I made a note has either been settled or withdrawn. I don't know if that's going to be addressed by someone from the city or
Yes,
Mr. Pollock.
Board, this is Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. That matter for Mr. Pollock was number 11. And I believe my colleague did read that in, but I just wanted to clarify it clearly for the record. The city did withdraw that violation. And subsequently, Mr. Pollock withdrew his appeal on behalf of his client. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Always a pleasure to see you. I concur with Caroline's explanation of the status of the matter and appreciate the board's indulgence of us taking this appeal.
So we'll mark case, because I don't believe we had a conversation on it. Case number 11, HA 2021-005303. City's withdrawn the violation. We'll mark it withdrawn.
Great.
Very
appreciate
good.
it.
Did I cut you off, Mr. Johnson, or is Ms. Curley on? Does she have the attention of the board right now?
I was finished. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
And then board, I just had one further clarification.
May I be excused, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Pollock. Always a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure, sir. Take care.
For number 4, which my colleague read into, that was HA 2021-005445. That matter was settled, but as part of that settlement agreement, the violation was, we would ask for the city's violation to be affirmed. So I do believe the board technically needs to vote on the affirmance.
I
per the
think you're
settlement.
correct. I think you're right. And I don't believe that was clarified when we heard it earlier.
Yes.
So let me retrace back to case number HA 2021-005454. Is there anyone present from Doherty Electrics Incorporated?
I spoke with their attorney. I do not believe they're anticipating participating today. They did sign that settlement agreement.
All right, so we have it noted from the city that it's settled by agreement, and the agreement includes that the matter should be city affirmed. I would ask the board to vote. I will vote first, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
Miss
Was
Penn,
that
I think you're,
I'm sorry, there were two people spoke at the same time. Mr. Tennant, is Mr. Pettit there now?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Beverly.
Okay. I thought I heard
City-
your voice. That's why I raised that.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City
Just for-
affirmed.
fine, very good, city affirmed. For the, those people who are in attendance, Mr. Pettit is a board member. Would you just introduce yourself so everyone can see that you're here?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Steve Pettit, board chairman, or board member, sorry.
That's okay. Welcome. All right, so we have, I think we have 5 members of the board present. Ms. Curley, anything further? Anyone else from the city with respect to continuances, withdrawn, settled?
Mr. Pincus, consistent with what my colleague just pointed out, if we could return to the two additional matters that I had marked settled, just to have the board members vote on those as well, so that the record is clear. And those two are number 21-005720 Norris Square Neighborhood Project. That was the one that Mr. Ross was present for. However, it is noted in the agreement that it is a city affirm as well. So I understand that he's not here now, but that agreement that was executed does reflect that it was a city affirm.
You think he should be present, or would you assure or represent to the board that you will call him if he's not present? Mr. Ross, are you still here? Would you agree to call him and just let him know that the board has voted pursuant to the terms of the agreement to affirm the city's?
I'm happy to do that. If the board would be more comfortable, I can also give Mr. Ross a call after this. If the board would be more comfortable, and I can see if he can hop back on to clarify that.
Why don't you wait and we'll get, if you can get him back on, then we can vote in his presence, okay?
Understood. And then the second settlement was concerning number 25, appeal ending 005223. I just asked if that could be voted on as well. That was the one where I pointed out that the opposing counsel was not available today, so he was not going to appear regardless.
Fine, we can vote on that. I have a recollection somewhere in the past 50 years of being in practice that I actually have done some business with Mr. Pomerantz, but it's been quite some time. He might be also an older gentleman like as I am. So the case number HA 2021-005223, we marked as settled by agreement, but we should vote on it as a board. My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Very good. City affirmed for HA 2021-005223. All right, Mr. Rulo, anything else? You'll try to get a hold of Mr. Ross, and if you do, we can just come in and vote on that as soon as if we have a break.
Yes, I'll give him a call right now, and then I'll just let the board know in the chat if rejoin the call.
Okay, very good. Mr. Wade, is there anything else that you want to bring to the attention?
If the city has nothing further, I have two continuance requests that weren't mentioned. Case number 18, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-474, Ray Tran, 719 Ron Street. The board received a continuance request.
My recollection is when we discussed this in our board meeting beforehand, that the request was not from the party listed as the appellant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is the city aware of this request and the party involved in requesting it?
Board, this is Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. I'm the assigned solicitor to that matter. I was not aware of the continuance request. I do not know who sent it. I don't also know who the appellant is on this matter. The city is prepared to move forward, so we would be objecting to the continuance request unless more information was provided that this is a true emergency of some kind.
Is there any way, or as I recall, the continuance request was made by someone who said they would be out of town because of a pre-planned vacation? Is that correct, Mr. Wade? Is that
Yes.
the right one?
Yes, that's
So-
correct.
So that person's not available, I assume.
Could
And
the board for the record state who sent the request, if it knows, if that's possible?
sure,
I believe it would be a property maintenance group. It's Ashton at the phillyhomes.com, Ashton Styles. I'm gonna assume that's a property maintenance property manager.
my recollection is in the documents exhibit package that was submitted by the city by Ms. Curley, it showed a deed into Mr. Tran.
Correct.
And are you aware of any change in ownership? Is Mr. Tran still the owner?
As far as I know, all correspondence was made with Mr. Tran.
Is this the first request for a continuance?
Yes. The appeal was filed by Mr. Tran.
Well, I'm
May I ask a
reluctant.
question? May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Was Mr. Tran noticed on the request for continuance, Mr. Wade? Is there any evidence that he's aware of that?
No,
And if not, is he in the room?
no, he was not on the correspondence for the continuance request. But he was the only one notified of this hearings today, of the hearing today.
When was that notice? That the request for the continuance was sent a week or two ago, as I recall.
Yes.
Well, and when was the notice? What was the timing as far as the notice of the hearing? And is this the first request for a continuance?
This is the first request for a continuance that I see, yes.
And I did just want to clarify one
Mr.
statement.
Chair,
from-
I'm just, this is Ken Washington. From looking at this notice that they sent, I don't see how this person, Ashton Page Styles, is really involved. Like I said, who do I speak with as well in order to get this matter resolved? There is no tenant inside this setup. This is set up as an office. I'm not sure why we keep getting dinged for someone living at this location. Somebody clarify that for me?
Well, as I understand the case, it's a zoning violation. It's either a property that is zoned for single family use and has had at one point a doctor's office, at one point was request for a tenant, but there's never been a variance granted to make it a two-family property. And it's been in violation, as far as I could tell from looking at the file, for quite some time. So, and there's no indication that anyone's filed again for a zone. There's no pending zoning appeal.
So who would be requesting the continuance? They don't have Mr. Tran's name on it. This
Well, I
letter doesn't-
understand that.
And I don't see what's the relationship between Mr. Tran and I'm assuming the Philly Homes.
We don't know that unless somebody else is here to answer that question, other than someone has requested it. And I believe it's the first time that is this the first or second? Has a continuance been requested before on this, Mr. Wade?
This is the first continuance request that I see.
Mr.
Now,
Wade,
I would- I
wasn't this on the calendar before? This
The,
name?
the name Ray Tran was, yes, but I don't believe it was for this property.
And I
Okay.
would
Ms.
point out,
Finn?
Mr. Chairman, I would point out that Mr. Tran does not appear to be in the hearing room, so perhaps he and Mr. Stiles made some agreement. However, if that agreement wasn't made with the city, I think the city's position should be taken into consideration too as to whether or not this matter should be continued.
Well, I guess the first thing we have to do is, and I don't think I ever decided the request for the continuance was forwarded to me. And I don't know, did I grant that request or not? Because that would preclude us hearing the matter. I don't believe I acted upon it. Ms. Alford, are you present? I believe I just saw her face.
I'm here. I'm here.
And was that request forward? I know I received the continuance. Did I or Mr. Woodson take any action on the continuance request?
No, that would probably be handled through Richie. I just handled the emergency appeals in the late,
Yes.
in the
No.
new appeal request.
There was no correspondence in regards to this continuance request.
This is a little unusual. Ms. Curley, I guess I would ask you what you would like to do regarding
Right.
this.
Our position, the city's position would be that this is actually not unusual. The board received a request from an individual who hasn't identified themselves or has any relation to this case. They didn't make that clear in that continuance request, nor was that continuance request forwarded to the city so we could be advised of it and weigh in. And with the board having not responded in any manner, it would be the city's position that since we are ready to proceed, I did also forward all exhibits to the email address associated with this appeal to Mr. Tran and received no response. So I would just ask for a city affirm based on lack of appearance.
Well, I guess I first have to call his name and act upon the continuance request and then act upon the case. And I will do that unless I hear any objections from the other members of the board. We'll proceed on case number 18, Ray Tran, HA 2021-005-474-719 Ron Street. The first matter to consider is there was a request that was sent to the board for continuance by a party that didn't identify themselves as representing the owner or otherwise explain how they're related to the property. So as chair, I'm going to deny the request for a continuance. And then having called the case and not hearing anyone respond in behalf of the appellant, it is now 2:02 p.m. And I will vote, not having heard again anyone respond for the appellant to vote. I will vote city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed for non-appearance. I'm sorry. Mr. Pettit? Do you agree it's city affirmed non-appearance?
He looked like he froze there.
City affirmed non-appearance, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Very good. City affirmed non-appearance, case number.
This is Steve Pettit. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you, was or not, city affirmed non-appearance.
Very good. You're a little fading in and out, but right now you're there. Very good. City affirmed non-appearance, 2:02 p.m. noted on the record. Okay.
And
Mr. Wade.
lastly, wasn't addressed was case number 39. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-000020, Claire Albert, also known as Claire Charles, 4035 Glendale Street. This is the first continuance request. And this was received on November 28th.
Is there someone here, Claire Albert or Clara Charles, present?
I'm here, sir.
I'm looking on my screen.
There she is.
Ms.
Oh,
Charles. Case number HA 2022-00.
I'm here.
0020. And would you identify yourself, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah, so you're
My
on
name
two.
is Claire Charles.
Mr. Wade, I don't see her.
I believe she's on two separate devices. Are you on two separate devices, ma'am?
Not that I'm aware of. I was kicked off. I'm on my phone.
Okay,
He's reading it.
Well-
it's reading as a mute, but she's speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, and you've requested a continuance, is that correct?
Hear
Ms.
you,
Albert?
sir. I was kicked off. Yes, I did a request for a continuance. It's my first time. I couldn't hear what you said earlier.
Well, I just wanted to confirm that you did request that the matter be continued to another date. Or
Yes, sir.
are you prepared to have the matter proceed today? And I don't know, who's the city attorney on this matter?
Mr. Rulo has his hand up, I believe, Mr. Chair.
I see that. Mr. Rulo, is this your case?
I was just going to let the board know it is not. I was going to let the board know regarding the matter with Mr. Ross, so we can handle that at the board's convenience.
All right, as soon as we dispose of this, we'll go back to Mr. Ross. Is there someone from the city on case number HA 2022-000020, 4035 Glendale Street? Do we have a city attorney? Mr. Rulo? Mr.
Yes,
Jo-
it's Inspector Lawrence L. Smith.
I'm sorry, that is Mr. Johnson. Can you just give him 1 second to pop back on?
Surely. Mr. Johnson, it's my
What's going on with
understanding
4035 Glendale?
the appellant has requested a continuance. She is present, but she has requested a continuance. Is the city aware of that? And does it agree? It's the first request.
We were not aware of that. We are prepared to proceed today, but I would leave it to the board's discretion whether to continue the case.
Are there any conditions at the property that are life-threatening or present any danger or hazard to the public or to a resident in the property?
Hold on, let me just.
And I see Inspector Lawrence L. Smith is also here. So she was called to testify.
Yes, they do not have smoke alarms or carbon monoxide detectors.
And they're residents in the property? I'd have to swear you in, but let's just trying to resolve the status. Mr. Johnson, what is your preference?
I mean, I think the conditions, we would like to go on the record and have a hearing. Basically, the only issue for the board in the hearing is going to be, are there violations present at the property? There are property maintenance violations that include fire code violations. So we're going to oppose the continuance.
Ms. Charles, you're present today. You've requested a continuance. The city does not agree to it. And the nature of those violations are fire safety, which we consider, at least I consider, to be serious. Is there some reason, overriding reason, why you don't want to proceed with this matter today?
Well, the fire code, as far as the smoke detectors and the carbon monoxide, that was placed in the vault. I'm not aware of any other fire
Excuse me,
code
Mr. Chair,
violations.
Mr. Chair.
besides that.
could you
Just
swear-
a
could you
moment, Ms.
swear-
Charles.
Excuse me, could you swear her in? She's
I
giving
have not sworn her in because we actually haven't called the case, but I understand. I'm just addressing the question as to whether or not we should proceed with the hearing. And Ms. Charles, are you available for the next, for the rest of the afternoon?
I'm not, I was told that usually a continuance request is approved the first time. So I was just told by the board to just appear and they would most likely be approved because there were no life-threatening hazard or hazard. The only issue was the smoke detectors that I know that were bought for the property. But besides, I was just assuming that it would be like other first requests.
Well,
So I was told
with
here
the
and
nature of these matters and the position of the city, since they hadn't received the notice of your request.
I submitted on the 28th. The deadline was December 2nd. And
I
also called-
understand. I understand. All right, so I'm gonna
Yeah, the
decide.
deadline was December 2nd, sir.
I'm gonna decide in this instance to grant a request for a continuance. Does the board object to my agreeing to continue the case? The request was timely filed.
It wasn't clear, Mr. Chair. I couldn't hear whether Ms. Charles said that the smoke detectors were purchased or that they were purchased and installed. I'd like to hear that first.
Could you answer that question, Ms. Charles? Ms. Penn, you just were commenting.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I wasn't muted, but I was not able to hear her either, and she keeps disappearing from the screen. So, oh, there she is. Okay.
I'm so
Ms. Charles,
sorry. There's
before-
just some technical difficulties.
Ms. Charles, before you proceed, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the statements you have made up until this moment and any other statements you make are the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is that, you do? Okay. The question that was asked by
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Tennant and Ms.
she
Penn
riding around-
is what's the status of the smoke detectors that, for the property?
They were purchased and they were installed. And
Okay.
yeah, and then I submitted a request on the 28th.
So it needs, has the property, so the inspector is here. Miss Smith, can I ask you to raise your hand? Identify yourself, please.
I'm Inspector Smith with License and Inspection, North District.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
My suggestion is we continue the matter. Does the property need to be re-inspected?
yes,
Okay. Fine. Then we will continue case number HA 2022-000020. The inspector has noted that the property will be re-inspected and hopefully by the time it gets relisted, it can be marked as resolved.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Now,
also, can I ask for a contact phone number? Ms.
yes,
Charles?
Miss
Ms. Charles?
Smith, my phone number is 267
Yes,
264 7683.
267-264-7683.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Does that
Thank you.
resolve all of the administrative matters? Mr. Wade?
That resolves everything so far. Case number 8 does have a Spanish interpreter. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Well, we're almost there. Before we proceed, and actually the first case that we're going to call is number 3, which is listed as Thomas McMacken doing business as Tremendous LLC. To the extent that any of the appellants in these cases that are listed for today are either corporations or LLCs, in case you hadn't noticed, on the top of the appeal form, It specifies that any case that is appealed by a corporation or an LLC must be represented by an attorney at the hearing. So if you are listed on today's case list and are an LLC or a corporation and don't have an attorney, would you please raise your hand right now, because we would have to continue the case and so that you can have an attorney represent you at the hearing. I'll wait a moment for anyone to respond and indicate that they need a continuance. They don't have counsel.
Mr. Chair, iPhone 86 has his hand raised.
I'm glad you see it because I don't. Mr. Wade, can you try to identify who that is? iPhone 86, could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Igor Andriuska. I'm with Modern Living LLC.
What
In
case
regards
number?
to
What's the property address?
6150 Lebanon Avenue.
It's case number 19.
Case number 19, Igor Andruska. Is that property
Yes.
owned? Is that property owned by a corporation or an LLC?
It's LLC, yes.
What's the name of the owner?
Igor Andriuska, that's me.
Are you the legal owner, or is the property owned by a corporation or an LLC, a limited liability corporation?
No, I'm the owner of the LLC. The LLC is Modern Living LLC.
Is there someone here from the city of Philadelphia on this case? Case number HA 2022-000157, Igor Andruska, 6150 Lebanon Avenue, a use registration appeal. Is there someone here from the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, sorry, board. That's Mr. Johnson again. He'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
My apologies.
I don't know if you heard Mr. Andruska state that the property is owned by Modern Living LLC. Do your records confirm that?
You know, the person who had appealed, I thought, was Ivor Andruska.
Correct, and he is the person who's present.
Oh, okay.
Are you able to check on your computer? to
Yep,
determine-
I'm checking right now.
6150 Lebanon Avenue.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's listed as a Modern Living LLC in the OPA.
So under the circumstances, thank you, Mr. Tennant. Under the circumstances, I don't know that we can do anything else. It's a use registration permit, suggests a zoning violation of some sort. The appellant needs to be represented by counsel. Would you object to continuing the case, Mr. Johnson?
No.
All right, Mr. Andruska, if I'm saying your name correctly, case number HA 2022-000157, 6150 Lebanon Avenue. We'll continue the case when it's relisted. You, not you, but Modern Living LLC is the owner of the property, must be represented by legal counsel. So you'll need to find an attorney who can represent you in this matter. Would you note that in the file, Mr.
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Fine. Okay, is
Can
there
I just-
anyone?
Can I just ask a question before I go?
Sure.
Thank you very much for this, but I just don't know how this all work. All I did just to go on the Zoom meeting as it provided the information here on the list that I received. I just wanted to see, I guess. So do I need to fix it somehow with the LNI first, and then get to this point with the court?
Mr. Andruska, I think is there someone, you need to be in touch with the city of Philadelphia, the inspector, whoever it is that's on your violation notice to deal with the violations. And the matter will be put again on the calendar for the board for a hearing. And if in fact we have another hearing, you must be represented by an attorney at that hearing. In the meantime, what you must be doing is working with the city to address the violations that are in the violation notice. There is a phone number. Mr. Johnson, do you want to give him a number? Should he need?
Well, I was going to suggest you can email me at christopher.johnson@phila.gov.
Would you repeat that so he can write it down?
Yes, it's christopher.johnson@phila.gov.
Okay.
Very
I
good.
got it. All
All
right.
right,
sounds good.
case
Thank
number
you very much.
19, HA 2022-000157 is marked continued. Any other cases involving a corporation or an LLC where there's no counsel? Very good.
Excuse me, this is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city. I just wanted to direct your attention to number 30. That does involve an LLC, and I'm not sure if the appellant is here or not.
Case number 36, the appellant is listed as Philip Griffin, which I believe, well, is Philip Griffin, is he present or someone present involving case number HA 2021-005734, 1513 North 33rd Street? Anyone present? Mr. Griffin?
I apologize, board members. That was the wrong case. It is 2328 North 18th Street, which is number 29 on the list that I was referring to.
Is that, again, case number 23, is that correct?
29.
29, okay, in which Samuel Ballard is listed as the appellant.
Yes, that's correct. But the LLC and the owner of the property and the notice of violation was issued to the LLC that owns the property, which is a Ballard LLC. I'm pulling that up just to confirm.
Is there anyone here present for case number HA 2021-005442, 2328 North 18th Street? The appellant is listed as Samuel Ballard. Anyone present? Not hearing anyone present, what would you request that the city do in this matter, Mr. Rulo?
I'd ask that it be a marked city affirmed for failure to appear.
All right, my time is listed as 2:22 p.m. We'll vote on the case, 2:22 p.m. My vote is city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance. Just to double check what was that case number again?
Number 29, case number HA.
Samuel Ballard, right?
Samuel Ballard, case number
Okay.
HA 2021-005442. The vote of the city is to affirm, the vote of the board is to affirm the city because of the non-appearance of the appellant.
Thank you.
Just to note
Okay,
that the entity that owns the property as reflected in the appeal documents and the notice of violation is a Ballard Properties. I just wanted to note that for the record.
so noted. Anything further, or are we ready to presume with the remaining cases? Very good. Case number 3, Thomas McMacken doing business as Tremendous LLC, HA 2021-005420, who 617 South 48th Street. Who represents the city in this matter?
Caroline Curley, CURLEY.
Is someone present from for the appellant?
So board, I don't see anyone. Just so the record is clear, on December 2nd, I did send information and exhibits to this individual. This individual indicated that he would like to settle with the department. I then followed up that same day, also on Monday and again today, and reminded him that if he wanted to do that, he needed to contact me back or at a minimum show up at the board hearing today. He is not here. He did not respond to any of my outreach since he reached out Friday. So having him not appear today, I would just ask for a city affirm based on lack of appearance.
All right, I don't hear that anyone is present. It is an LLC apparently, so there would be need for counsel. Under the circumstances, it is now 2:24 p.m. I will vote city affirm non-appearance.
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 All right, the determination in case number 3, HA 2021-005420, Thomas McMacken doing business as Tremendous LLC, 617 South 48th Street, is city affirmed for lack of appearance. Case
City
number.
affirm non-appearance. Oh, sorry, sorry, Ralph.
Okay, I think we got your vote. Case number 6, HA 2021-005755. It occurs to me, since I don't do this every week, that normally we have the administrator for the board call the case, if I'm not mistaken, and I've usurped your role. I apologize.
That's totally fine. I'm having a sneezing fit. Okay, you want me to read case? You read case 6. That was Joseph Smith, 630 Master Street.
Correct. Is there someone here? Joseph Smith, are you here? Is there Joseph Smith present?
Is this woman raising her hand?
Unmute yourself.
Hello?
Sorry. Hello, hi, I'm Cynthia Smith.
Well, the appellant is Joseph Smith. Is he
Oh, okay,
here?
well, I'm the office manager, so Joseph is here, yes. Do you need
So
him?
I would, sorry, board, this is Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. I would advise the board that the notice of violation on this matter, this does concern a licensing violation, but it was issued to the contractor Universal Building and Construction, which I believe is a corporate entity, but
It is, but we own it.
yeah, so.
So, Ms. Curley, are you saying that this matter requires counsel for the?
I am advising the board that they seem to be a corporate entity. If the board requires them to have an attorney, then the board can require that.
Let me get the appeal up. Just a moment, please. Let me get it up. Deborah Richardson. Tuesday. This is case number 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one moment, please. Celtic. All right, I want to just look at the appeal and see, and the violation notice. So the appeal is a contractor's license. The appellant is Joseph Smith. The violation notice was issued to Universal Building and Construction, which you're saying is an LLC. Is that correct, Ms. Curley? And that was confirmed by Ms. Smith, who is the office manager?
Corporation,
It's a corporation.
yes.
well, corporations and the license suspension is to the Universal Building. Is that correct, Ms. Curley?
Universal Building and Construction, yes.
So under the circumstances, that entity needs to have counsel in order for us to hear the matter. So I would continue the case, and Mr. Smith should be advised that he needs to have counsel representing him in resolving the matter.
Okay, well, we will get counsel.
Any objection, Ms. Curley?
No, this is the board's ruling. That's fine.
Okay, case number HA 2021-005755. The appeal is listed as that of Joseph Smith, but the actual individual or actual entity involved is Universal. Just a moment. Universal Building and Construction Corporation. And the file should be noted that at the next listing, the appellant needs to have counsel present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 8.
For Mr. Pincus, that brings us
Yes.
down, that brings us down to case number 8 that does have a interpreter who's present. However, if you wanted to call the Andrew Ross case, I believe Michael Rulo was in
Yes.
contact with him.
Let us resolve that. Okay. Mr. Ross?
Mr. Ross is not here, but he gave me permission that he confirms in writing by email that he agrees and is okay with the board voting city affirm per the agreement.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rulo. So we will note case number HA 2021-005720, Norris Square Neighborhood Project, 2229 North Phillip Street. We'll ask the board to vote to affirm the agreement by settlement. Settlement by agreement, I'm sorry. My vote is city affirmed, settled by agreement.
City affirmed per agreement.
City affirmed, settled by the agreement.
City affirmed, settled by agreement.
City affirmed, settled by agreement.
So noted. All right, the next
That brings
case,
us case number 8, hearing appeal number HA 2021-004718. Eduardo Flores, 600 East Ansbury. And there's an interpreter on the line.
the
Hello, I'm the
interpreter.
interpreter.
Would you identify yourself again, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Leonel, and my ID is A as in Alpha, B as in Bravo, 767, and I'm going to be the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Do we have, the important question is Edgardo Flores present?
I believe he's raising his hand. Right
hand.
now.
Okay, very good. So this is case number 8, HA 20, I'm sorry, Mr. Wade.
Yes. I just read it in.
He read it in, okay. Mr. Flores, I'm going to ask the interpreter to swear or affirm that the statements that he hears, and I'm not sure I'm getting this correct, but I think the intention is to have him swear or affirm that he will accurately and truthfully interpret, translate the statements that you make for the record.
Muy bien,
Would you
señor
raise your
Flores.
hand and agree to that, Mr.? I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name. Is your
My last name is Gillen.
Gillen? Do you swear or affirm as I just requested?
I swear and affirm. I do.
Okay, would you please explain to Mr. Flores what you just did?
Yes, sir. Señor Flores, el día de hoy yo voy a ser el intérprete y voy a interpretar todo lo que se diga de manera confidencial y precisa, y todo lo que diga el juez, el señor juez, y todo lo que usted diga yo lo voy a estar interpretando en primera persona.
Está bien.
Y me acaban de juramentar para que confirmar de que yo voy a decir todo certero.
Sí, está bien.
Okay, I agree.
Very good. So case number 8, who is representing the city?
Good
Caso
afternoon,
número-
Board.
Oh.
Nakia Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Very good. So do you understand that please speak slowly so the interpreter can repeat what you say for the benefit of his client?
Muy bien, caballero. La señorita Nikia Clark es la persona que va a estar representando a la ciudad.
Está bien.
Ok,
Please proceed.
por favor, continúe.
Excuse me,
So this
Mr.
case is in reference
Excuse me, Mr. Flores has not been sworn in. I'm sorry, Mr. Pincus.
Thank you. You are correct, Ms. Penn.
Señor
Mr.
Flores,
Flores,
todavía no ha sido juramentado. Ustedes lo van a juramentar ahora.
would you raise your right hand and
Levant-
swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Señor Flores, usted levante su mano derecha y usted jura de que el testimonio que va a decir en este momento será la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí, juro.
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Somebody, there was an echo. Has that been resolved? Let's hope. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
So this case is in reference to a failure to obtain a zoning permit for a driveway at the property located at 600 East Ansbury Street.
Muy bien, así que este caso es en referencia a al no poder conseguir un permiso o rehusarse a conseguir un permiso de zonificación para la construcción de un paso en la propiedad ubicada en 600 Este en Ansbury Street.
¿Puedo decir algo?
Can I say something?
No, I'd like to hear from the city first, and your opportunity will be to respond after the city presents its case.
No, primero quiero escuchar a la ciudad y después su oportunidad para responder va a ser después de que se escuche el caso de la ciudad.
Está bien.
Very well.
So at this time, the city would like to call its witness, Inspector Salim Mohammed.
En este momento, la ciudad le gustaría llamar a su testigo, el inspector Selim Mohammed.
Está bien.
Very good. Mr. Mohammed, are you there, Inspector Mohammed?
Yes, I'm here. Let's see. Can you hear me?
We hear you fine. Can I ask you to raise your right hand?
Yes. If you just give me a moment, I just want to adjust my camera here.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, we see you fine. Will
Great.
you raise your right hand, and do you
Yes.
agree to swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, Inspector Mohammed. If you could briefly state your role and how long you've been working in that particular role.
Muy bien, señor
Yes.
Mohammed, por favor, puede explicar su rol y cuánto tiempo ha tenido de trabajar en esto, en ese rol.
Salim H. Mohammed. I am the court administrator for the building division of license and inspection. I've been in this position for a little over a year, but I've been an inspector roughly 8 years.
Muy bien, mi nombre es Selim H. Mohammed y he estado en esta posición, soy el administrador de la corte y he estado en esta posición en la división de construcción por 1 año, pero soy inspector por 8 años.
And Inspector Mohammed, are you familiar with the property located at 600 East Ansbury Street?
I had the opportunity to visit the site and also review the records.
Muy bien, señor. Sí he podido visitar la propiedad ubicada en 600 S Ansbury Street y sí he podido revisar los récords.
So with the board's permission, at this time, I'm going to share my screen.
Voy a compartir mi pantalla con el permiso de la Junta.
One moment. Inspector Mohammed, I am showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 1.
Inspector Mohammed, le voy a enseñar lo que está clasificado como exhibición o evidencia 1.
What are we looking at here?
¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo?
We're looking at a violation notice and also an order to correct.
Estamos viendo a una notificación de violación y también una orden de corrección.
And what date was this notice of violation sent to the appellant?
¿En qué fecha se le envió esta notificación?
September 25th, 2021.
Septiembre 25, 2021.
And if you could briefly describe the violations that are asserted at that property as well?
¿Y podría describir brevemente las violaciones de esa propiedad?
The violation was written for putting in a driveway without the required zoning permission.
Muy bien, sí, la violación fue hecha porque se hizo una entrada de coches sin el debido permiso.
And Inspector Mohammed, what are the steps that one would take to obtain proper zoning at that property?
Y Inspector Mohammed, ¿cuáles son los pasos que se deberían de seguir para obtener dicho permiso?
One would have to submit a zoning application, fill out all the appropriate sections, and possibly also to provide a plan showing where this is going to be constructed, and then have it reviewed.
Muy bien, básicamente tendría que meter una aplicación para solicitar un permiso de construcción, meter la aplicación, llenar todas las secciones apropiadas y posiblemente presentar un plan de construcción, meterlo para que lo puedan revisar.
So at this time, the city is referring the board to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2.
En este momento estamos mostrando lo que la ciudad ha clasificado como exhibición 2 o evidencia 2.
Inspector Mohammed, I'm showing you what has been marked as City's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Sí, sí reconozco la exhibición 2, sí.
And what are we looking at here?
¿Qué estamos viendo?
Well, we're looking at the front of the property, and off to your right, you see a driveway enclosed by a chain link fence with a gate.
Muy bien, podemos ver la parte de enfrente de la entrada de los coches y podemos ver que en la parte derecha podemos ver que está cerrado con un cerco de alambres.
And Inspector Mohammed, if you could just walk us through what we see behind the fence as well.
¿Y nos puede explicar qué es lo que vemos atrás del portón?
So right behind the fence are the gates. It is a driveway that leads the length of the property over to the rear. And you also see from this particular view what appears to be a vehicle part toward the rear.
Ok, podemos ver la entrada del portón y vemos la entrada de los coches que va a la parte de atrás de la propiedad, y de este ángulo, desde este lado, desde ese punto de vista podemos ver lo que parece ser un vehículo.
Scrolling down to the third picture in that exhibit. Inspector, what are we looking at here?
Y vemos la tercera foto acá. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo acá, inspector?
So standing in front of the property to your right, you see where the gates are. You see that behind the gate, there is a driveway leading the length of the property. And the pavement view, you also see a concrete sidewalk. And without the appropriate curb cut.
Muy bien, lo que podemos ver parados exactamente enfrente de la propiedad, podemos ver en la parte derecha, donde está el portón, también podemos ver la entrada de los coches que va, digamos que va a lo largo de toda la propiedad, y enfrente podemos ver la acera que está hecha de concreto, y que la acera no tiene el corte apropiado que debe tener.
Inspector, you did not take the two photos that we just reviewed with the board, is that correct?
Inspector, usted no tomó las dos fotos que acabamos de ver, ¿verdad?
I did not.
No,
And
no las tomé.
are these photos kept in the ordinary course of business with the department?
Y estas fotos están están de acuerdo a lo establecido con las oficinas.
They are.
Sí.
At this time, the city is referring the board to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 5.
Ahora vamos a ver lo que la ciudad acaba de denominar como exhibición 5.
Inspector, what are we looking at here in this photograph?
¿Qué estamos viendo en esta fotografía, inspector?
This is a photograph at the ground level. I taken this picture yesterday, which shows at the time of the photo, the doors, the gates were open and a car was entering the space.
Ok, podemos ver, esta foto fue tomada a nivel, al mismo nivel, al primer nivel, y esta foto fue tomada el día de ayer y muestra, al momento que se estaba tomando esta fotografía, muestra que los portones estaban abiertos y que había un carro que estaba ingresando.
Scroll into the next picture, I'm going to zoom in.
Muy bien, vamos a
Inspector, what
hacer
are we
zoom
looking
acá.
at here?
¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo acá, inspector?
So these are a series of pictures that I took yesterday, which shows the pavement, and I was specifically centering on whether there was an appropriate curb cut, and looking at just the general condition of the concrete.
Muy bien, entonces básicamente lo que estamos viendo acá es una serie de fotografías que tomé el día de ayer, donde muestran el pavimento. Y específicamente estoy centrándome en la parte del corte de la acera y la condición en general del concreto.
Zooming into the next photo and this exhibit. Inspector, what are we looking at here?
Muy bien, acercándonos a esta fotografía en exhibición. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo acá, inspector?
So this is a picture looking through the gate toward the rear of the property, where the one vehicle at that time was parked.
Muy bien, aquí lo que estamos viendo es una fotografía en la parte de atrás de la propiedad y es una fotografía tomada a través del portón, donde podemos ver un vehículo que está parqueado en ese momento.
And these photographs are a fair and accurate depiction on the date and time in question that they were taken. Is that correct, Inspector?
Y estas fotografías son fotografías apropiadas de acuerdo a la fecha y a la hora en que fue tomado. Más o menos, eso es lo que muestra cómo está la condición en este momento, ¿verdad? Sí.
Inspector Mohammed, as it stands today, are there any current permits regarding this property for zoning?
Inspector, al día de hoy, en ese momento, ¿existe algún permiso para esta propiedad?
No, not at this time.
No, no hay en este momento.
No further questions at the moment.
No más preguntas.
Thank you, Inspector. Mr. Fuentes, you will have an opportunity to explain why you shouldn't be found in violation of the code. The question now is, or the issue now is whether you have any questions for Inspector Muhammad based on what he just stated in response to the questions from Ms. Clark.
Muy bien, señor. En este momento, señor Flores, usted va a tener la oportunidad de poder explicar y de que se le explique por qué no debe estar en violación de estos códigos. Pero en este momento es más que todo, si usted tiene alguna pregunta acerca de los asuntos de lo que se mostró el inspector, de lo que mostró el inspector Mohammed, basado en las preguntas que hizo la señorita Clark.
Once again, do you have any questions for Inspector Muhammad, Mr. Fuente? Mr.
De
Flores.
nuevo, señor Flores, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta en este momento para el señor Mohammed?
Para el señor Mohammed no tengo preguntas, pero sí para los miembros de la ciudad.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Mohammed, but I do have questions for the members of the city.
Well, that opportunity will come up in a moment. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Inspector Muhammad?
Muy bien, esa oportunidad,
Mr. Chair.
esa oportunidad va a venir en un momento, solamente dentro de un momento. Ahora, ¿la ciudad tiene alguna pregunta para el señor Flores?
I believe Mr. Washington had a question.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, was when we're talking about the driveway, was
Slow
it a
down.
was it a poured driveway or was just a gate put up?
Muy bien, una pregunta, solo para que estemos claros. ¿Cuándo se hizo toda la entrada de coches o solamente el portón?
At some point, it was a poor driveway. Just looking at the condition of the concrete, it was in poor condition. Whether it was done correctly, can't really say. Well, it doesn't look like it was done correctly. But if you look at the elevation of the adjacent properties, and if you were to take those all the way through, it would actually match up with the retaining wall at the end. We weren't able to find any records of a zoning or a curb cut that would be applied for from the streets department. And so when the
Stop for a
complaint
moment, stop for a moment,
Yes.
Mr. Muhammad.
Yes.
Thank you. Muy bien, sí, parece que sí fue en algún momento era una entrada de coches en malas condiciones, que se haya hecho de manera correcta, no puedo decir, pareciera que no, pero podemos ver que la elevación está de acuerdo, está adjunta a la propiedad y podemos ver que llega hasta el final de la propiedad y si vemos las demás, que va de acuerdo a las demás construcciones, podemos ver que llega hasta el final de la pared, a la parte de atrás, pero no encontramos ningún récord en los archivos de permisos de construcción o para poder hacer el corte a la acera.
Go ahead, Inspector. Do you have something further to add?
Yes.
Inspector, ¿hay algo más?
So reviewing the records, and the reason I took the pictures of the pavement to see how this curb cut was constructed, and it was a very poor condition, if any. And that would also require streets department approval. And we didn't see that.
All right, stop
in
for
the
a minute.
record.
Muy bien, entonces viendo los archivos y la razón por la que tomé esta fotografía del pavimento es porque estábamos viendo que hay un corte en la parte de la acera y en malas condiciones también, y para poder hacer eso también se necesita un permiso, una aprobación del departamento de calles.
Anything further, Inspector Muhammad?
¿Algo más?
Yes. So when I looked at the overall view of this driveway, and in review of the records, which we didn't see anything that would indicate that this driveway was a illegal driveway, that when you look at the driveway, in the way it was constructed, it looked like it was poorly constructed.
Muy bien, sí. Cuando podemos ver a la condición en general de cómo está hecha esta entrada de coches y viendo los registros, no se ve como que hay un indicador de que esto sea una entrada de coches construida de manera legal. Y si la vemos, también podemos determinar de que es una entrada que está mal construida.
Thank you.
No
Does
more
anyone, I have,
questions. No
go
more
ahead.
questions.
Yeah.
No,
I
I'm
have a-
saying no more questions, Chair.
No
Mr.
más
Chair, I have a
preguntas.
question of the inspector. Inspector Mohammed, is the driveway part of the owner's property of 600 Ansbury?
It is.
Thank you.
Sí está en su
Leslie.
propiedad, señor. Sí está en su propiedad. La entrada de coches sí está construida en su propiedad.
I have a few questions.
¿Unas cuantas preguntas?
It is permissible to construct a driveway in the side yard for a property. However, is it necessary that an application be submitted for approval by LNI? Is my understanding correct?
Ok, tengo una pregunta. Yo sé que es permisible construir una entrada de coches en la propiedad, en el patio de al lado. Ahora, ¿es necesario meter una aplicación al LNI para poder construir esto?
The reason that zoning would be required would be to define the parameters of what the zoning requires, setbacks, etc. And so we don't know whether the driveway actually would meet those standards.
La razón por la que se tendría que solicitar un permiso en este caso es porque más que todo se solicita el permiso de construcción para poder determinar si la entrada cumple los requisitos. Y en este caso no sabemos, lo podemos determinar si cumplió los requisitos.
My other question is that the only matter that is the subject of the violation and the appeal is with respect to the driveway, because I noted from the pictures the possibility of other violations of city codes or zoning codes at this property.
Muy bien, la
That's
otra,
correct. That was the
Wait,
only one written.
muy bien, la otra pregunta es que si esta cuestión de la construcción de la entrada de coches es el único tema en este momento, al igual que lo de la apelación, porque de acuerdo a las fotografías que se mostraron, posiblemente pueden haber otro tipo de violaciones de ciudad, de acuerdo a la zona.
Ms. Clark, do you have any further questions or additional witnesses?
Señorita Clark, ¿más preguntas o más testigos?
No further questions at this time.
No más preguntas al momento.
Mr. Flores, do you wish to explain why this violation was not correct? What your position is on this matter?
Señor Flores, ¿le gustaría explicar por qué esta violación no está corregida?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Continúa, señor Flores.
Yo compré esta propiedad el 31 de octubre del 2011.
I bought this property on October 31st, 2011.
Y cuando compré esta propiedad, todo esto que está ahí existía.
And when I bought this property, everything that is there existed.
Yo no sabía que esta propiedad, por ser mi primera casa, yo no sabía que necesitaban y nadie me explicó de que no había zoning para esta propiedad, para este driveway.
And when I bought it, I mean, I did not know that this house needed all these zoning permits. Nobody explained that to me.
Yo no construí este driveway, estaba ahí ya cuando la compré.
I did not build this driveway. It was already there when I bought the property.
ni he tocado la acera, no la he tocado yo, así está así está desde que yo la compré.
And I haven't touched the curve. Since I bought it, that's the way it's been since I bought it.
El portón que se mira enfrente, también yo no lo instalé, todo eso estaba ahí cuando yo lo compré.
And that gate that you see in the front, I did not install it. It was already there when I bought it.
Todo lo que se mira en las fotos es mi propiedad y todo lo que se mira ahí ya estaba cuando yo la compré, cuando yo vine a vivir a esta casa.
And everything that you see in the photographs, that is my property, yes. And everything that you see in the photographs was already there, was already constructed when I moved into that house.
No sabía yo que no tenía zoning, porque a mí nadie me dijo nada de eso. El real estate que me la vendió, pues nunca me advirtió que necesitaba yo tener un permiso.
I did not know that I needed a zoning permit. I did not know anything of this. The realtor did not warn me that I needed a permit, a zoning permit for the driveway.
Nada más, solamente de que yo no lo construí y si hay alguna violación, me gustaría corregirla, claro.
And that's it. And just to summarize that, I did not build that, did not construct that. And if there's a violation, I would like to correct it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Flores, there was required greater due diligence on your part when you purchased the property.
Ok, desafortunadamente, señor Flores, sí había un requerimiento de diligencia cuando compró la propiedad.
Está bien.
Is there anything further, Ms. Clark? Do you have any concluding argument?
¿Algo más, señorita Clark? ¿Algún comentario concluyente?
So I would just ask that all exhibits presented to the board be admitted.
Solamente solicitar que todas las exhibiciones lo admitan, por favor.
All exhibits are admitted.
Todos han sido admitidos.
And just to recap briefly, the notice of violation was sent out in 2021.
Y solamente para resumir, acuérdense que la notificación de la violación se envió en el 2021.
And as it stands today, the appellant has had a little over a year to correct that violation.
Y a la fecha, ha tenido cerca un poquito más de un año para poder corregir esa violación.
And there are still no zoning permits filed for this address.
Y todavía no hay ningún permiso de construcción ingresados para esta propiedad.
So for these reasons, the city would respectfully request a city affirm for this case.
Así que por esta razón solicitamos que se actúe sobre esto.
¿Podría yo pedir permisos todavía o ya no?
Can I ask for permissions or is it too late?
This board is not the place where you need the approvals. You need to get the approvals by making an application to the zoning unit in the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
Esta reunión, esta junta no es el lugar para poder conseguir los permisos, para las aprobaciones. Usted necesita hacer una aplicación a la unidad de zonificación y departamento de licencias e inspecciones.
Sí, quisiera yo pedirlo. Yo quisiera pedir la aplicación si es posible.
Yes, well, I would like to ask for permissions and apply for and make the applications, if it's possible.
Well, the application, you've been informed by the violations that you needed to make an application and you've had 2 years to do that. And it's quite possible that if you make the application, you might need to obtain a zoning variance from the board, the Zoning Board of Adjustment for the City of Philadelphia. This will be a time-consuming process, and you may even need to engage the services of a surveyor or engineer to help you.
Muy bien. Ahora, le quiero informar de que esto se le informó a usted sobre estas violaciones hace 2 años, ya casi 2 años, y para poder, si es posible poder solicitar los permisos, meter la aplicación, pero posiblemente va a necesitar permisos del Departamento de Zonificación, de la Junta de Zonificación y de la Junta de Ajustadores de la Ciudad de Filadelfia. Es un proceso que consume mucho tiempo y posiblemente va a necesitar adquirir los servicios de un acreedor, de un evaluador y de un ingeniero.
Under the circumstances, unless the members of the board have any further questions or comments, I would ask that we vote the case. Any comments, questions from the board?
Muy bien, y bajo estas condiciones, bajo estas circunstancias, al menos que la Junta tenga más preguntas o más comentarios, yo solicitaría que se someta a votación el caso.
Okay, my vote is city affirmed.
Mi votación es...
Mr. Pettit?
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
The decision of the board is to affirm the violation issued by the city. If you have any questions, you can contact Mr. Wade. This concludes the matter.
Muy bien, entonces la decisión de la ciudad es que se afirmó por parte a favor de la ciudad por medio por la violación, y si usted tiene más preguntas, por favor contacte a Wade, al señor Wade.
Al señor Wade, ¿a dónde es eso?
Where is that, Mr. Wade?
There will be information on the decision letter that he'll receive, both for the board and for his ability to appeal this decision.
Sí, va a haber información en la carta que se le va a mandar, tanto sobre la decisión de la Junta y sobre su habilidad para poder apelarlo.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores, Mr. Gilman, and Inspector Mohammed and Ms. Clark. That concludes the matter.
Case number 9.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Case number 9, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005674, Angela Toledo, 5351 Gillespie Street. I did see that she was present.
Angela Toledo, are you present?
Yes.
Very good. Is there someone here for the city?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Toledo, can I swear you in?
Yes.
I'm trying to find you on my screen. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Clark, this is your case.
So this case is in reference to a failure to obtain a zoning permit. It's for a fence at the property located at 5351 Gillespie Street. And at this time, the city would like to call its witness, Inspector Salim Mohammed.
Inspector Mohammed, you've been sworn in, so you may proceed, Ms. Clark.
Inspector Mohammed, if you could just briefly explain your position and role with the department.
Yes, Salim H. Mohammed. I am the court administrator for the construction division here at License and Inspections.
And are you familiar with the property located at 5351 Gillespie Street?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I visited the site on a couple of occasions, and I also had a chance to review L&I's records.
So at this time, with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Please go ahead.
Inspector Mohammed, I am showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 1. What are we looking at here?
So we're looking again at a violation notice and also in order to correct the violation.
And when was this notice of violation sent?
This was November 24th, 2021.
And if you can go into further detail regarding the violation at the property?
The violation was written for the construction of a fence that was over 4 feet in height. And they also use a term of 100% opaque, which means that you cannot see through it.
And so what are the steps that one would have to undergo to correct the violation at this property?
The violation that was written, if it's over 4 feet, you would have to obtain a zoning approval for that. You would also, because it's in the front of the property, it would have to be no more than 50% opaque.
So at this time, I am going to share with the board what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Inspector Mohammed, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the front of the property. You can see the address 5351. You also see to the left of the construction of the fence. And again, it refers back to the height of the fence and also the ability to see through the fence, at least 50%. In this case, the building material is solid and therefore you cannot see through it. Doesn't meet that standard.
Just going to scroll to the next photo in that exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is a view from the ground floor level, looking at the fence, and you can see that the height and the fact that it is 100% opaque.
Scroll into another angle of this photograph. Anything that stands out, Mr. Mohammed?
Right, it wraps around the side and the front, and this is the opposite view.
And scrolling to the last photo in this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
And we're just looking from the front, a frontal view.
So at this time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Inspector Mohammed, are there any zoning permits currently filed for this address regarding the fence?
Not at this time.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Toledo, you'll have an opportunity to provide your explanation or any circumstances you want to present to the board. Do you have any questions for Inspector Mohammed based on his testimony?
Excuse
No.
me, Mr. Chair, before we continue, is it
Yes.
possible that be excused?
I'm sorry, Mr. Washington, what did you say?
Is it possible that I can be excused?
Absolutely, we still have a quorum.
Fantastic. Everyone have a great day. Sorry to leave, but I gotta go.
Are you going for the rest of the afternoon? Because we may have other people leaving.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you. We can proceed. We still have a quorum at this time. Have a good afternoon. Let the files note, let the record note that Mr. Washington is no longer present. Ms. Clark, do you have any other witnesses, or does the board have any questions of Inspector Mohammed?
No other witnesses for this case.
No other questions from the board. Ms. Toledo, do you want to provide your explanation regarding this fence?
Yes. So I hired a contractor who puts this fence up pretty much for a couple of people that I know. So wasn't under the impression that I had to, like there was a certain height requirement or anything like that. I thought he would have informed me of that. So I just strictly got it just for my son for safety reasons. And I didn't file any zoning permits in between because I thought this was the first step. So I don't have any legal representation. So I'm just kind of doing this on my own. So I just wanted to see what my next steps were because it was expensive to put up, and I tried to reach out to the contractor, but he said he never had any issues before. So I'm kind of handling this now on my own.
Okay. Did you at any time contact anyone at L&I to discuss this matter and find out what you might need to do to address the problem?
I contacted my state representative and I sent them all the information, and then they told me to fight it, like to do an appeal. That's what I did.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from anyone else on the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have one. Yes, you said you had safety concerns about your son.
Yes.
What would that be?
He's autistic. And so when we sit outside, I have to constantly hold him. He likes to run up and down. He's 8. And so I have a fence in the back, but it's on a slant. And so I didn't want him to get hurt. And when I was at a friend's house, they had a gate up, and I was like, you know what, that would be pretty good for my son so that we can kind of just sit outside and he could play within an enclosed area, but still be outside. And so that's why we went with that. I was looking at several different types, but you know, he can climb over things and stuff like that. So that was the best fit for us, that, you know, and we just assumed it was okay because if you drive throughout Philadelphia, you see those fences pretty much everywhere. So I didn't know that it was a violation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, it is a violation, and the procedure would be either to correct the violation or to make application to the department, which you could have done for approval, which would then probably have triggered a need for a zoning appeal that you may or may not have been able to get a variance for the fence, but you haven't done either at this point.
So that's what it was. I thought this was a zoning like appeal. When I went online, this is, you know, I tried to follow the steps that my state representative gave. So I thought, he said I had to go in front of the court. So that's what I thought this was.
Well, you are in front of the board and you've appealed because you'd like to, the board, you've appealed the violation, but you haven't taken any steps to deal with what would bring the property into compliance. All we can do is determine whether or not the violation was properly issued by the department. And Inspector Mohammed has testified that the zoning code, or the zoning code for the city, has specific requirements with respect to what kind of fence, the size and type can be installed in the front of a property, and your fence does not comply with those requirements.
Okay.
At least that's the understanding, and that's the testimony we've heard. Ms. Clark, is there anything further you wanted to add at this point or make a final statement?
The city would request that all evidence and exhibits that were used for today's case be admitted to evidence.
So done, so approved.
And lastly, the city would respectfully request the city affirm for this case.
Well, while I would like to be able to recommend that we give you a time to bring the property into compliance, it's likely that you would be required to get a zoning variance, and that time frame could be months, not weeks, but months. So I'm going to ask the board to vote on this matter. My vote is city affirmed. Mr. Pettit.
Chairman, city affirm, can we have some type of 60 days? 90 days?
I have no objection to granting some period of time, I'm afraid that it would be inadequate based on what's needed to be done as far as a zoning variance, but I have no objection to 3 months, which would be 90 days.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think it needs to be made clear to Ms. Toledo that any extension of time at this point is for her to contact LNI and or the zoning board and take the necessary steps to get the variance that she might need or approval for the fence. Any continuation of time is not taking away the fact that we find that the violation exists. So I think that aspect needs to be clear to you, Ms. Toledo, that the board would be giving you time to take the necessary steps to get into the process of legalizing your fence, if that's in fact possible.
Okay,
You understand that?
yes, thank you.
I'm willing to change my vote to city affirmed and make it a 90-day before 90 days before enforcement takes place. Though I think you will need more time than 90 days. City affirmed 90 days deferred enforcement.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirm 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. And we have a quorum still, so that is a final vote. Thank you, Ms. Toledo.
Thank you, guys.
Inspector Muhammad.
That brings us to case 13. Miss Penn, will you be staying on for this case?
Yes, I believe that I'll be here I can tell you that I can be here until 3:35 exactly.
Okay. It's case 13, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-433. Euphemia Smith, 1849 North 21st Street.
Yes. Hi.
Ms. Smith, are you here?
Yeah, I need to pull over. Yes, I am. Can you hear me? I'm just
We
pulling
can hear
over.
you, but we can't hear your
Okay.
case unless your car is parked and you can assure us that you're in a safe place.
That's what I just did. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, this is the property at 802 South Lawrence Street, is that correct? No, I'm
No.
sorry.
Oh.
1849 North 21st Street, vacant structure.
Yes.
Okay, the city is represented by whom?
Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia. Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reinhardt. Will you proceed? Are you in a position to proceed?
Yes, I would like to call Inspector Stacy Jones, if she can be sworn, please.
Unmute.
Hello.
Why don't we have Inspector Jones and Ms. Smith raise their right hands at this time, so we can see them on the screen. Very good. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. With the board's permission, I would like to share my screen with exhibits that have been pre-marked and previously shared as well. Inspector Jones, first of all, can you tell us what brought you to this property?
Ms. Reinhardt, we may be having difficulty with your connection. Would you repeat your question?
Sure, just one moment. I am trying to fix the connection. Okay, I believe that should fix it. If there is an issue, can you let me know moving forward?
Go ahead. Let's see what
Thank
happens.
you. Inspector, I am showing a notice previously labeled Exhibit A. This is dated,
Just a moment. Somebody, maybe it's Inspector Jones. Is there background noise from people in your office, and is there?
No.
No? Okay, I just hear a little background. Okay, let's proceed.
I am showing a notice dated September 21st, 2021. Inspector Jones, are you familiar with the notice on the screen?
I am. I wrote it.
And what does it show?
It shows the property in violation at 1849 North 21st Street and lists all the violations that were found.
And what did you find?
A vacant property with a boarded door with no vacant license.
And did you inspect this property personally?
I did.
Have you been back to the property since? Or rather, I'm moving on to Exhibit B, and I'm going to scroll out to see it better. What does this depict?
That's the property at 1849 North 21st Street.
And did you take this photograph?
I did.
And this is the boarded door that you referenced a moment ago?
Correct. Correct.
When was the last time you were at this property?
On the 2nd of December.
And what did you find?
Property still remains the same.
Did you take this photograph that is now marked Exhibit C?
I did.
On December 2nd as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then there is also a second photograph as well. That is the same, just at a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what you found during that inspection, is it still your opinion that this property remains vacant?
Yes.
And it does not have a vacant property license?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Very good. Ms. Smith, you'll have an opportunity to provide an explanation or any other statements you wish to make. Do you have any questions for Inspector Jones based on her testimony?
I will address what she talked about, the door and the license.
You'll have Miss Smith, you'll have an opportunity to address what she talked about. Do you have any questions about any of the statements that Miss Jones made?
Oh, no.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Reinhardt, members of the board, do you have any questions for Inspector Jones?
I have a single question. Inspector Jones, how were you able to determine that nobody was residing in the property despite the fact that the front door was boarded? What other evidence did you find?
Well, we have a vacant property windows and doors project, and we go out to the addresses that are provided to us that research was done on before they gave us the list. So when I approached the property and seeing that the door was boarded, it was boarded by our clean and seal department. The only time they seal is if the property is vacant and there's no one in it.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry, Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any other witnesses?
I have no additional witnesses.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Do you have any information you want to provide to the board?
Yes. I I tried to apply for the vacant license. Was unsuccessful with that. I tried a couple times. I'm not too tech savvy. Normally, when the city was open, I will go down there and handle all of that. But I tried doing it and I was unsuccessful. So, and at the time, you know, the city wasn't taking people in. So I have an appointment for tomorrow morning to go to L&I to do what I have to do to get the license, the vacant license. The property is vacant. And as far as the boarded door, it's not that I just left it boarded and didn't want to
You're fading in and out, Ms.
I
Smith.
have because oh boy.
Ms. Smith,
Can you hear me now? I might have
try
to
again.
scream. Oh, oh, let me see here. Maybe oh Lord. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I was waiting the whole time and then I had to leave. So I'm outside. But anyway, I don't know from what part you heard, but I have an appointment tomorrow morning in reference to the vacant license because I tried to do it a couple times online and I was unsuccessful. I'm not too tech savvy. As far as the door, I didn't meet that recommendation for the door, not because I didn't want it to, honestly. I just been having a hard time, you know, financially and everything. I recently was diagnosed with diabetes, not recently, over a year ago. So I have not been very well. So things is taking me, I did try to get someone with the door. He gave me a quote, but I didn't really follow up with it, honestly, because I didn't have the money to get it done. And I thought that with this this hearing today, maybe I could have asked just for a little time. I didn't really know what was this about. I thought I would have been able to ask for a continuance or something as far as to get the door put up. And like I said, my appointment is tomorrow for in reference to the vacant license.
Very good. Anything further?
No.
The violation goes back to before December, almost, it's a year ago today, at least, since you've had an opportunity to deal with this matter. You live somewhere else. This is a property, an additional property you own. Is that correct?
It is not bringing in anything for me, no finances or anything, but it is.
Okay.
And like I said, I have not been well. I have been diagnosed with diabetes. So I've been going through a rough time, and I'm still grasping to get a hold of everything because I'm behind.
Very good. Anything further, Ms. Reinhardt?
Just briefly, Ms. Smith, not to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure the record is clear. Are you agreeing that the violations listed on the notice of violation were there at the time that the notice was written?
A year ago when it was written?
Yes, I believe it was September 2021.
Yes, I know the door was boarded. Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Tennant.
Ms. Smith, not to get into anything on your personal financial matters, but you have an appointment tomorrow with L&I. So apparently you have an appointment time and a confirmation number, but there'll be a cost for the vacant property license. Are you going to be in position to acquire that?
I'm working on that. I know it's tomorrow, but I'm working on that. So hopefully when I go there, I'll be able to I'll be able to get it. If not, I don't know if they're gonna allow me to come back, or I don't know how
Thank you.
that works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tennant, do you have any recommendation with respect to an extension of time? Should one be allowed or appropriate?
I was trying to acquire a little more information, but Ms. Smith's not sure. I know she may not have the time in the confirmation for the appointment tomorrow, but she's not sure if she's going to be able to financially acquire the vacant license. And with that appointment tomorrow, that's all they're going to do is go through the process with her and want to give it to her, I'll say, but she's going to have to pay for it.
It's $150, right? Is that right? $150?
It's in that range, but will you be ready to acquire
Okay.
that license to comply with the violation tomorrow is the question.
Yes, I will get the $150 when I have to.
Under the circumstances, would it be appropriate to affirm the city and give or allow for a 30-day extension for enforcement?
If I may respond to that, just because I don't believe that we've had the opportunity to do closing remarks yet.
Go ahead. You're welcome. First, make your closing remarks, Counselor.
Thank you. I would just like to note that the vacant property license is supposed to be obtained each year that a property is vacant. So the initial violation was written in 2021, and that license was not obtained. We're now in December of 2022, and no license has been obtained for this year. So any kind of extension is going to be going into 2023. So that would be 2 years worth of licenses that have not been obtained so far. So I would just like to bring that to the board's attention.
Thank you. Is there anything further you wish to say?
Thank
An
you.
argument? Mr.
No, that was
Tennant?
it.
Mr. Tennant?
No, just thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. She is correct. They will apply the retroactive non-compliance year to her costs. Ms. Reinhardt is correct.
All right, very good. Let us, I think we're in a position to vote the case. My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
You're muted.
City affirmed. I'm sorry. Yes, city affirmed.
Regrettably, the decision of the board, Ms. Smith, is to affirm the violation notice issued by the city. You will get instructions as to how you can proceed from here. The board will send you a letter with what options you have as a result. The decision of the board in we get the case number HA 2021-005433 is city affirmed. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. If this is Inspector Jones' last case, may she please be excused?
That if she can confirm that, she may be a witness for some other city.
It is
attorney.
not.
Okay.
It's not my only case.
My apologies.
That's okay.
That brings us to
Thank
case
you.
number, this brings us to case number 15. Hearing appeal
Okay,
number
so
8.
may I suggest we take, we've lost Miss Penn for a few minutes, I believe. May I suggest we take a short break and resume at 3:50?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. I know there have been some conversations. I don't know whether any matters have resolved while we took this break. I do have a concern to raise for the remainder of the hearings because at the present time, there are only 3 board members present, myself, Mr. Pettit, and Mr. Tennant. And I believe we as a board could proceed, although we do not have a quorum, and we would have to ask both the appellants and the city to agree that we can proceed without a quorum. I believe Ms. Penn is expected back shortly, but she's not here. She had an appointment, and until she returns, we do not have a quorum.
I'm okay, Mr. Chairman.
I understand. Does the city, well, we'll have to ask each council for the city as each case is called, whether they will consent to have us proceed without a quorum until we do have a quorum. All right. Mr. Wade. I believe the next case on the list is number 15.
Yes. Case number 15, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000168. Susan E. Henderson. Ms. Henderson is present on a computer. She was having some sort of difficulty. She was on a phone as well. But I asked her to try and have her computer connect, at least so we could see her initially. Ms. Henderson.
Ms. Henderson, are you here? What? I'm not hearing her. Would it?
She did call in on a phone. I tried to advise her to see if she could at least show her face. And then if the hearing needed to, this is her appearing on the phone.
Oh,
Yes, Ms.
Hello?
Henderson. Yes.
yes. I wasn't getting anything from the computer, so I
Okay.
picked up the phone again.
Can you turn your camera on your computer, at least to show your face
Yes,
before
it
the
is.
board?
It is.
Okay.
Here you are.
It's like
All right, so Ms. Henderson, we can see you. If the better connection is on your phone, maybe you should shut I'll ask Mr. Wade or our city experts whether we can proceed just on the phone. It would be okay with me. Can you hear me, Ms. Henderson?
I can hear you on the phone, but not on the computer.
Well, that's okay, fine. If you can hear me on the phone. Can you hear me
Yes.
fine on the phone?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, all right, well, fine. Would you raise your right hand? And can you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. There you go. We can see that. All right, so let's keep it the way it is. Ms. Henderson, I assume you may have heard me say that at the present, there are only 3 members of the board who are here to hear your case. That is less than a quorum. Quorum requires that 4 members be present in order to be able to, we could still make a decision, but the fact is we do not have a quorum that's required by the city code. Would you be willing to proceed without a quorum to hear this matter?
Yeah, I want to get it cleared.
Okay, very good. Very good. Now, who is the city solicitor on this case?
Good afternoon, Board. Nakia Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Ms. Clark, you understand that we do not have a quorum at the present time. It's possible that Ms. Penn will be rejoining us in a short while, but right now we don't have a quorum. Are you willing to proceed with us, the 3 of us who are present, hearing this matter and rendering a decision.
So it's my understanding that 3 board members does make a quorum and we may proceed with the hearing.
That is not my understanding. We need a majority, and there are 6 members on the board, and right now there are only 3 present.
The city is okay with proceeding with the 3 board members.
Very good. All right, you may proceed then, Ms. Clark.
This case is in reference to a failure to obtain a vacant property license for the property located at 961 North 6th Street. And at this time, the city would like to call Inspector Stacy Jones.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Jones, you've been sworn in. So you may proceed, Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon, Inspector Jones. If you could briefly describe your position and role with the department.
Let me just make sure, because let me just, before she proceeds, Ms. Henderson, are you able to hear everything that's taking place?
Yes, I'm pretty much leaning back from the computer. So I can,
Okay.
I'm listening only through the phone.
As long as you can hear it. Let's proceed, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
So Inspector Jones, can you briefly state your role with the department and how long you've been in that role?
Code enforcement inspector. And it's been 25 years.
And what are your primary duties in that role?
I inspect vacant properties and vendors.
Are you familiar with the property at 961 North 6th Street?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I was sent to the property via complaint of an unregistered vacant property.
And have you had an opportunity to review the L&I and public records for this case?
I have.
So with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Please.
So Inspector Jones, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. What are we looking at here?
That's the violation notice that was sent out to the owner of the property.
And what date was this violation notice sent?
The original notice was sent, I can't see the top part. That was sent in December of 2021.
And what is the listed violation for the property on this notice of violation?
Vacant structure license.
So at this time, the city is going to share with the board what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Inspector Jones, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize it?
That's the property at 961 North 6th Street.
And again, just to recap, you were notified by a complaint that the property was vacant.
Correct. Correct.
Inspector Jones, did you take this photograph?
I did.
So it is fair to say that this is an accurate depiction on the date and time in question?
Correct.
I want to stop sharing my screen. Currently, are there any vacant property licenses filed for, is there a vacant property license filed for this property?
No, there isn't. No vacant nor rental.
No further questions at this time.
Very good. Ms. Henderson, you heard the testimony of Inspector Jones. You're going to have an opportunity. We've all read your appeal. You'll have an opportunity to explain your situation and any additional information that you have regarding the violation notice. Do you have any questions for Inspector Jones based on her testimony?
I don't think so.
Very good,
No.
very good. I have a question for Inspector Jones. What information or what observations did you make that supported the determination that the property is vacant?
Well, when I went out, and I honestly couldn't tell if it was vacant because certain windows had blinds and certain windows, you know. So it was a little iffy. So I rolled the dice and I sent it out, and I didn't hear anything back from the owner saying, ma'am, you're incorrect. Somebody lives there. Here's proof, blah, blah, blah. And when I went back out, the property remains in the same state.
Could I respond to that?
No, this is my asking. You'll have an
Oh, wait, I beg your pardon.
You'll have
I'm
an
sorry.
opportunity to explain. Ms. Jones, Inspector Jones was answering my question as to how she determined the property is vacant. Anything further, Ms. Clark, or any other members of the board for Inspector Jones?
Nothing further at this time.
Very good. Ms. Henderson, you're welcome to present your explanation for this matter.
When I got the notice, the only phone number available on the notice, on the violation notice, is 215-686-2414. And most of the time you couldn't even get an answering machine. But when you did, you got sent all around the block. And basically, they told you to go to Eclipse and get one. Like, I just assumed you knew what you were talking about, that you wanted me to get a notice. So I went to Eclipse and I couldn't do it. I've been back to Eclipse several times this year, and I always fail. And one time I was able to get as far as, getting the actual application, but then like right across the top, it says, you can't do this by mail. And my problem both with the house, like why I don't stay there overnight, and with why I couldn't do it in person, is that I can't really walk. I have arthritis in my back, but the big problem is I need both my knees replaced. And the reason I had to leave the house in the first place was that I had my hip replaced, and I couldn't get into the house or then up the stairs. Like all my stuff is there. It's not vacant. It's not like boarded up. My stuff is all there. I get my mail there. My clothes are there. I still have canned goods there. I dip into my food there. So I'm not sure whether it actually is vacant. I mean, I don't stay overnight because I can't. But the other thing is, I think it's almost that lady. I was here listening to a prior hearing, and she said she had trouble getting the vacant structure license. It's impossible. I mean, and they have a notice. I got to the notice several times that they intend to, licensing and inspection intends to make it easier to get a residential vacant structure license online, but you can't. Again, because they keep sending you to get some sort of account number to get into Eclipse, and then they tell the people are very helpful. They try to help you when you talk to the Eclipse helpline, but when they send you to Revenue has no idea what you're talking about. And some of them just hung up on me, but others were very helpful. And they came up with a couple of different answers, but the one who seemed like the most knowledgeable, she went to her supervisor and found out and said, yes, you need to come here before you get your vacant structure license.
I'm going to object for the record as hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. Your objection is noted. But Ms. Henderson, we understand, or at least I understand, that you're explaining to us that you're having trouble dealing with what might be referred to as the bureaucracy of the city in trying to obtain the necessary permits using a system called Eclipse, which may or may not be user-friendly to people who don't have experience with that system. My question to you is, you say you have all your possessions there. How often are you at the property?
Okay, I'm not there. In the beginning, it was more frequently. It was like twice a week. Now it's once a week, and that's because of my health. What I've done is I'm clearing the house out. I thought it would be sold by last February, and it wasn't. The clear out, I wanted to hire clear out people, but they wanted to throw my whole house away. And it's like my stuff, my furniture, my clothes.
I
So
guess
I've been working to clear it out all year.
So essentially, there's no one habitually, the violation notice says there needs to be a habitual occupant. So the issue is, it sounds like you do have a vacant home, but you need to get the vacant property license. And perhaps there's some way between Ms. Clark and Inspector Jones that you can be aided because of your own physical limitations in satisfying this requirement. You may have the wherewithal. The other lady didn't have the wherewithal to pay for a license. You may have the wherewithal, but you may have some limitations physically and computer-wise. I guess my question is, before we vote on the case, whether between Ms. Clark and Ms. Jones, some assistance could be provided to facilitate her getting that license.
If I could get some help getting it, I would get it immediately. And yes, I have the wherewithal to get, I guess you want it for last year or this year and next year. I don't know. I'd be happy to get it.
Ms. Clark, are you able to facilitate this, or have someone, Ms. Jones or someone in L&I, help Ms. Henderson to address this matter?
Yes, Ms. Henderson can email both me and the inspector is better suited to walk her through the steps in obtaining the vacant property license.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Could I have that number, that address or whatever?
She can have my email address. I believe she already has it, but I'll give it to her again. And then she can also take down the email address for Inspector Stacy Jones, as well as her contact number.
Okay, and where do I get that, right here, or?
If the board is ready to do it right now, are you guys?
Go ahead. Would you, Ms. Henderson, are you able to write down the contact information for Attorney Clark?
I am. Now, I think I have, I'm okay. If she could give it again, I think I have it, but if she could give it again.
So it's going to be NI.
Yes.
KIA.
Okay.
CLA. RK.
Okay.
At phila.gov. And Inspector Jones, if you could just give her your contact information, your phone number and email address.
Okay.
Good. My phone number is 215 686
Okay.
2414.
Okay.
My email
you're
address.
Okay.
I'm Miss Jones. I'm the inspector.
Okay.
And my email address is Stacy, STACEY.
Okay.
.Jones.
Okay.
At phila.gov.
Okay, I didn't get that right. It's Stacy.Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
At
phila.gov.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Henderson, I think
Yes.
that from here on, it's between you and Ms. Clark or Ms. Jones to address this matter. Our job, unfortunately, will be to, or not unfortunately, our job is to vote on your appeal and proceed to the next matter. So my vote will be city affirmed. I will recommend a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
I need to hear from the other members of the board who are present.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Mr. Pettit? We need to hear from Mr. Pettit. We may have to put a phone call in. Just a moment.
I'm asking him to unmute now.
Yeah, you may need more than that.
Day stay of enforcement.
Very good. We heard you. So the decision of the board is city affirmed a 60-day stay of enforcement. So what that means, Ms. Henderson, is the city won't take further. Your appeal has been denied. The city's position, your violation is confirmed. However, you have 60 days to get this straightened out before the city takes further action to enforce the violations. So you'll get a letter from the board confirming what we just did. And hopefully you can resolve this within that 60 days.
Does that, thank you. First of all, thank you. And secondly, does that mean I have a fine of $300 a day?
Well, that's what we're staying the enforcement and the fine, and hopefully you can get this resolved in the course of the next 60 days.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And can I ask Ms. Jones, shall I call tomorrow?
Sure.
You might want to call her right now because she's sitting at her desk.
Oh, super. I'll do that. Thank you very much.
But let us proceed to the next matter. Good luck to you.
Mr. Chairperson, I would just like to clarify, although the city code does define a quorum as a majority of board members, there is an additional provision wherein the board chair of the Board of License and Inspection Review may designate any 3 or more members of the board to hear and decide any case. So although there's not a quorum, it does appear 3 members would be sufficient without agreement of the parties required.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. McSherry.
That brings us to
Mr.
case
McSherry.
number. That
Go
brings
ahead.
us to case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2022 0000167, 312 Dendon Incorporated, 312 Market Street.
Is, well, that's a corporate, listed as a corporate client. Do we have a corporate appellant? Is the appellant here and or their attorney?
This is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia. I don't believe anyone is appearing on this case.
John
I'm gonna request-
Griffin, is John Griffin here or anyone else related to 312 Dendon Incorporated? I hear no response. Mr. Johnson, what would you request that the city do?
It should be marked as city affirmed non-appearance.
It is 4:14 PM. I will call for the vote. Again, just noting for the record that at the moment there are only 3 members of the board present, but we will take an action based on the advice of counsel that we can do so. My vote is city affirmed, non-apparent, lack of appearance by the appellant.
City affirmed
non-appearance.
I think that was in unison, both Mr. Tennant and Mr.
City affirmed
Pettit.
non-appearance. Yes.
Very good. City affirmed non-appearance, case number HA 2022-000167312 312 Dendon Incorporated.
That brings us
Mr.
to
Wade.
Case number 23, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000-197, January Coletta, 6341 Dix Avenue, and there is a David Coletta with power of attorney, and he is present.
Okay, have you seen the power of attorney as
I
it been
have-
presented?
I have not.
Okay, Mr. Coletta, is there a David Coletta or January Coletta? Could you please?
There is. David Coletta's here. I showed the power of attorney when I filed the appeal.
Give me 1 second, I'll look.
I have it locked in the safe, so
I don't have I do not have the power of attorney in this paperwork.
oh geez.
When you say you showed the paperwork, let me see, I don't see Mr. Coletta on my screen, so let me,
Come up here.
let me see where he is. Is that, I see David Coletta. I see, okay. When you say you, let me first, before we proceed, would you raise your right hand? Would you identify yourself and affirm that the testimony you would give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Coletta, when you say you presented the power of attorney, did you go in person and file the appeal? When you say you presented it, how or whom did you present it to?
I presented it in person at the Municipal Services Building at above the elevator level, not the lower level. And then somebody comes down and they look at the necessary paperwork. They wouldn't let me file unless I brought it. And I had to bring that for that purpose.
Okay.
And also, I don't want to interrupt you, but also power of attorney is to myself and also Eileen Strobel, which is sitting next to me, because my daughter was in the Navy and she was injured very badly, brain injury and all. So that's the whole problem of why we're in charge of her affairs.
So January Coletta is your daughter and you are her father?
Yes.
Okay.
And-
Who's representing the city in this matter?
Caroline, somebody.
I believe it's
Report. Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Yeah.
Miss Curley, are you willing to proceed? It appears, and I'm going to believe Mr. Coletta, who's testified and says under oath that the appeal would not be accepted without him first having presented a power of attorney. So someone who's employed by the boards accepted the appeal after seeing the.
I don't have any objection, board.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, so that issue having been resolved, what we would ask is that the city proceed with this matter.
There's the dog.
Sorry.
Well, that's all right. Hopefully, maybe the dog will resolve the case. But in the meantime, Ms. Curley, we'll ask her to present her case.
Thank you, thank you. Board, this is a pretty minimal matter. It involves a site violation notice that was issued for the property at 6341 Dix Avenue for trash in the rear of the property. The department has one witness, that is Inspector Brian Conaway, who I believe is here. Yes, see him.
Okay.
So I would just ask Inspector Conaway be sworn. And I will present that testimony.
Let's see, where is Inspector? I'm looking for Inspector Conaway on my screen.
He is out in the field, but I can assure the board he is not driving.
I see him, Mr. Pickens.
Well, if you see him.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Inspector Conaway, can I ask you? I'm not sure why I'm.
He is there.
Raise your right hand.
His hand is raised.
Okay, you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
There you are. Very good. Are you stopped somewhere so you're not in the line of traffic or anything dangerous?
Yes, I am. I'm pulled over.
Very good. All right. Ms. Curley.
Yes, Inspector Conaway, can you just very briefly explain to the board your position with the department?
Code Enforcement Inspector, City of Philadelphia, License Inspection.
Okay, and you're familiar with the property at 6341 Dix Avenue?
I am.
And you're familiar with the violation it's violation number 2021-11-9782?
Here again today.
I am.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see this, Inspector Conway?
It hasn't loaded as of yet. I can see.
Just let me.
Okay. Let's see if I
You can see
enlarge it
this
on
now?
my end. Yeah, I can enlarge it on my end. Okay.
You recognize what's been marked as City Exhibit 1 as the site violation notice that was issued to the homeowner, January Coletta, at this address?
That's correct.
Okay. And the violation is for a singular violation for the exterior of the property needing to be maintained in a clean manner, free from any rubbish or debris. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving on to City Exhibit 2, do you recognize the photograph I'm showing you?
I do.
Is this the rear of the property at 6341?
It is.
Okay, and just this is dated December 20th, 2021. And
That's
my
correct. 12:32
apologies.
p.m.
The date of this notice, that was also December 21st, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's indicated in the front portion or the top portion of the notice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now just moving into the subject of the violation, can you just describe for the board what we're looking at in the center of this photo, City Exhibit 2?
We're looking at, looks like the front portion of a motorbike laying on the back of the property, along
Okay,
with
so
some other
that's
rubbish.
this section kind of in the center. And then
Yes.
to the left is the debris and garbage that you've been referencing.
That's correct.
Okay, and that resulted in the site violation notice. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to re-inspect this property?
I did
How recently was that?
on November 30th, 2022.
Okay, and trash continues to be an issue in the rear of the property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and as of now, to your knowledge, this fine has not been paid associated with this site violation notice.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Board, I have nothing further for the inspector. I would just ask to admit City Exhibits 1 and 2, which were the violation notice and the photo. I do have the OPA account information for this address, just for reference, indicating that Miss January Coletta is the identified owner on OPA, as well as a copy of the petition, the appeal petition paperwork submitted by, I assume, Mr. Coletta on behalf of his daughter.
Very good. Your exhibits are admitted. Mr. Coletta, you can explain, and I've read the appeal that was filed. Do you have any questions for the inspector based on his testimony?
Not at this moment.
Very good. And Ms. Curley said you have no witnesses. So, Mr. Coletta, do you want to proceed with any?
Ms. Eileen Strobel's here, and she's a witness to this is an ongoing situation with the corner here. And I'd like to explain why as soon as you tell me I can talk.
Well, this is your opportunity, and you say Ms.
Okay.
Strobel is also on the power.
So, okay, so my daughter is 6341. She's the corner of 7 houses that are in a row and 9 houses that are right behind her. And it's dead end alleys both ways. So everybody brings their trash and thinks we're the trash people. And it's just an ongoing problem. And we actually called the city about this trash. And then there was a motorcycle accident and the guy, I think, got killed. And that's why the half a motorcycle's there. And I think Ms. Strobel wants to say something.
So I just asked Mr. Coletta if that's going to be Mr. Coletta's witness. Mr. Coletta can ask her questions.
Okay.
Just trying to keep it orderly.
Well,
I don't.
I guess Ms. Strobel is also on the power. Is she someone who's authorized to speak in behalf of Ms. Cole?
Yes, she is also on power of attorney because she takes care of a lot of her things also. As my daughter's not in her right mind to do it, but
All right, so who lives in the property at
my
60?
daughter and my granddaughter. And then she has somebody stay there to help her out many times. It's a lot of problems,
But your daughter and there are 2 people currently residing in the property.
well, that's who's supposed to be there, but sometimes her nurse stays over and things like that for her
Oh,
health.
that's fine. That's fine. But
But that's
there's somebody continuously living in the house.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, fine.
Since she got back from Iraq.
All right, so further, is there something further you wanted to have Ms. Strobel add?
Well, that this is an ongoing problem with this trash. So I'd like Eileen Strobel to tell you, and this is a motorcycle accident and the guy actually got killed. That's what that motorcycle is there. It took us a week or 2 to get rid of that. An ambulance came and took the guy away. He hit the wall.
Well, I guess the question is, you've indicated it's a continuing problem. The city, somebody's calling and says it needs to be. Well, the problem is who's responsible for removing all of this debris and trash? It's not a city job, is it?
Well, it's not our trash.
Well, I guess that's a problem that the city can't necessarily resolve. It either is something you have to resolve with your neighbors or get them to help you if they're the people who are putting the trash there. But the city is you've called, and I don't know that the city has its normal trash collection. The streets department comes out, but this looks like it's above and beyond, even though it's not necessarily your fault or your daughter's fault. It's above and beyond what the city normally is asked to do when it does its trash pickup.
We were told that it's considered short dumping, and we called because they said they were going to come out and go through the trash. And because we called now, we're at this hearing, so it didn't solve any problem except it made more problems. So maybe Eileen Strobel would explain some of it too to you.
All right, before we proceed, let the record note that Ms. Penn is now in attendance and that we have 4 members of the board present and an absolute quorum. I don't know that any further explanation may be called for, but I don't want to shut off someone from providing us with information. Ms. Strobel?
I mean, other than what David said, that this is an ongoing.
Before you speak, I didn't ask you to, I didn't swear you in. Do you swear? Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the statements you are about to make are the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And we've seen the pictures. We've heard Mr. Coletta explain that people are dumping there. At least I understand that it's not trash that has been put there by his daughter or someone living in the house. It's just that there's a problem that has to be dealt with. Is there something further you would like to call to our attention?
I mean, other than what he said, that's an ongoing problem. They dump there almost all the time. Every week there's piles of trash down there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Curley, is there anything you want to say at this point?
Just some additional questions. I'll start, Mr. Coletta, since do you have any information as to who the person is who is dumping this trash?
No, but we even have taken some pictures and called the police, and they went after people and found them with trucks and things of that sort. And then nothing really happens. And then the trash never gets picked back up. In other words, if somebody dumps trash and they catch somebody, they took the one guy's truck. They took a
Okay.
guy's truck.
So let me know if you can see when you can see my screen, Mr. Coletta.
Now,
Can you
and
see
I'll
my
tell you-
screen?
yes,
Mr.
I
Coletta,
can.
you see- Okay, and would you agree that this is essentially the condition of the property? You know, this continues to be an ongoing problem here?
Yes, it is. And this is other people's trash from these houses that are in the row because we're on the corner and they're on a dead end. See, it's a
So
dead
I
end. down
understand,
there.
but the trash that's closest to your house, that's directly behind your house, right?
That's not our trash.
Okay, have you made any efforts to secure this property to try to, eliminate trash there?
Well, when we originally put the property, they made us put a fence back there to have the trash in the fence. So we put our trash back there in the fence. If they come and pick up our trash, by later that day, people are piling trash next to the building. I mean, it's terrible.
And when you say you've reported this, do you have any, a reference number that,
Well,
you've received from the city?
we've called 911. I never really, they don't really give you a reference number, but there's two police officers that patrol this area and they keep an eye on it for us, but it's crazy. This is bad.
How about with 311? Have you called 311 for the city?
Useless. They can lower
Have
our
you tried
taxes if they get
submitting-
rid of that.
Okay, so that's a no then.
We've tried, but it doesn't, no results from 311. In fact, I live a block away from my daughter on the corner and I have a bunch of stuff somebody dumped on my property and they got to come like twice a year and clean up trash that's like heavy stuff. You can't even move it.
Okay. And so if you call 311, were you aware that you do get a reference number that you can track?
Yes, for my own property, I'm under a reference number right now, but I live a block away from my daughter.
Okay, and since you are power of attorney, you can make those reports to 311 for this property?
I can.
Okay.
If you want, I'll call 311 every day.
Okay, and are you also aware of the online reporting form for illegal dumping that you can submit?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, if I email that to you, will you make future reference?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes, I will, because
Yeah.
I have to straighten this problem out. This is just out of control.
Okay.
It's out of control.
I understand.
We can see that.
Okay, I have nothing further from Mr. Coletta.
And I think we
All right.
called on ourselves.
No,
I think
I
we called-
understand. We heard that. You've reported it and the consequence
On
of your
ourselves.
report is that the city came out and wrote up the violation against the property owner. Ms. Curley, is there something, closing statement and what your requested relief is under the circumstances?
So, Your Honor, Board, while we do understand, that this is an ongoing problem in the entire city of Philadelphia, they are the property owners, and unfortunately, they are responsible for the condition of their property. Most notably, the trash and accumulation that accumulates right behind their house, on their house. They are responsible for cleaning that up. Whether they are the perpetrators of that, we simply do not know. But their testimony today is that they are not, and that by all accounts is credible. Regardless, they are still responsible for the condition of their own property and the area around it. So this site violation notice should be affirmed, and the fine should be enforced. I will forward Mr. Coletta right now the information about the city's efforts regarding short dumping and the requirements for that. I think it would behoove Mr. Coletta to start saving any reports that are made to the police department and to 311 and the city to assist with those efforts to make this stop. Thank you.
And where would this get appealed to next?
Well, we're not done with our decision. I'd like to ask if we can go into the breakout room and have a conversation among the board for a moment.
Mr. Chair, I just have one quick question for Mr. Coletta.
Sure.
Mr. Coletta, do you have cameras in the rear of that property?
No,
Okay.
no,
thank you.
but somebody, my other son said he was thinking of putting them up a couple weeks ago.
Thank you.
Do you know, before we came to the hearing today, and we've been at the hearing for three hours and 45 minutes, we've been online. So before we came to the hearing today, there's a mattress out back there, and it didn't come from us today. This is this morning from last night, a mattress.
We understand what's going on. We're not in a position as a board to be able to resolve the condition of the property. All we are dealing with today is the fact that someone has come out from the city's L&I department and observed the conditions and written a violation notice. The question is, what is it that this board can recommend with respect to the violation, which is clear that it has occurred, but what do we want to do to try to minimize the impact on you or on the owner of the property? And
Well,
not penalize them? And
the
so,
motorcycle.
Mr. Coletta, I think at this point, again, I'd like to go to the breakout room with my board before we come back. If you'll excuse us for a moment, and I just
Thank
have
you.
to.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Mr. Wade, I'm
At
not
the
sure I
bottom,
see-
at the bottom of your screen, you should be able to, you
Right.
should be able to join the breakout room number 1.
Okay.
Steve Pettit's already in there.
Um,
Ryan's in there, Beverly's in there.
So we call, we
Okay.
try to solve the problem, and we're gonna be liable because we try to solve the problem. This is why everybody's leaving the city.
This is the recorder. Are we off the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you ready to go?
I am, Chair. We're back on the record.
We're back on the record. Thank you very much for your patience. Obviously, the members of the board are somewhat perplexed, I think that's the right word, about how to deal with this situation. We are sympathetic to the problems that are being experienced at your daughter's home, but the violation is in fact an accurate violation. What we're going to recommend is a stay of enforcement. At least that's the vote I'm going to make, and we'll see if the other members agree with that vote. And then in the meantime, we make some suggestions, because certainly you don't want to have those fines levied against the property. They become liens. And instead of dealing with fines, I don't know what your financial circumstances are. You might want to go, I was just shopping, and I don't want to recommend a particular store, but I was at Costco, and you can buy security cameras. You can go to Amazon.com and buy security cameras. And we strongly urge you to look into that kind of investment so that you can make a record, or your daughter or those people who are caregivers can make a photographic record of what's happening at the property. And that information can be shared then with whoever comes out from either the streets department or the Department of Licenses and Inspections. The streets department apparently has a program for short dumping. Maybe you should be contacting your city council representative and getting information. You can also call the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Maybe you'll get a response from the inspector as to how to get it to these different places that do have programs to deal with this issue. In the meantime, every time this occurs, you had said you would call 311. You should call 311 and get an incident number so that you're maintaining a record of what's occurring at the property, so that if someone comes out and says, well, what are you doing about this? The answer is, we're trying to bring it to the attention of the city and asking them to take action against these people who are perpetrating these offenses. So at this point, I'm going to ask the members of the board to vote on this matter. My vote is 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
This means that any imposition of fines or any further action will be delayed for 120 days, which is roughly 4 months. In the course of the next 4 months, you need to find a way with the city and other people's help to find some way to get an enforcement action or something done to stop this from happening. All
And
right,
I
Mr.
just
Ferraro?
wanted to, I'm so sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to add, just so the petitioner is clear, this isn't a normal case before the board where the fines are accruing, they're every single day accruing. This is a singular fine, so it'll just be $300 due in 120 days. That was the issue for the site violation notice, just so there's no confusion about any accrual.
Okay, but it's still a problem if it's not resolved.
100%.
Okay, city affirmed 120-day stay. Good luck to you, Mr. Coletta.
That brings us down to case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-430. Euphema Smith, 1325 North 30th Street. I believe she's on the call. Ms. Smith?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon, board. This is Michelle Reinhardt for the city.
Okay. Just a moment. Ms. Smith, can I swear you in?
Yes.
I guess I'm confused. We already
This is a
heard your
different
case.
property, Mr. Pincus.
I'm sorry?
A different property.
Thank you very much. She has 2 properties. I didn't realize that. Okay, Ms. Smith, you've already been sworn in.
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt, let's hear from you.
First, Inspector Gerardo Gonzalez is going to be my witness. Can you please swear him in?
Inspector, I see you there. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I would like to share my screen with what has been previously circulated exhibits, starting with Exhibit A.
Fine.
Inspector, do you see a notice of violation and order to correct on your screen?
Yes.
This notice of violation is dated 8/14/2021. Can you tell us what this notice is?
That notice states that it's for weeds.
And this is for which property?
1325 North 30th Street.
Okay. Have you personally been to this property?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to scroll down. Oh, and this is dated August 14th, 2021, indicating that someone was there in August of 2021, correct?
Right.
Okay, I am going to jump down to what has been previously marked Exhibit C. Is this a photograph of the subject property?
Actually, I did not take that picture, so I'm not the, that must have been from the initial inspection.
Okay, did you review the file for this case before,
Yes.
when preparing for this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review all documents kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
When photographs are taken of an inspection and related to a notice of violation, are they stored routinely by the Department of License and Inspections?
Yes.
Are they kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see in this photograph?
It looks like the rear of the property. The yard
Okay.
has weeds in it.
Okay. And this is the second photograph in Exhibit C. What do we see depicted here?
The property is boarded up. Vacant property.
And this is the front of the property that you were just describing?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to go back up to what has been previously marked Exhibit G. This is a final notice of violation dated November 11th, 2021. Were any of the violations corrected at that time?
No.
Okay, I am scrolling down to what has been previously marked Exhibit D. What are we looking at here?
That's the front of the property.
Okay, and did you personally go to this property?
On the, I went there on the 28th of November.
And what did you find?
They actually put windows and doors in.
Okay,
The only thing that's missing is actually the vacant license.
okay. I have no further questions.
Very good. Ms. Smith, you've been before us earlier today. It looks like, are you in a vehicle? Is it parked?
Yes, it's parked.
And you've been sworn in, so the questions are, the first matter is, do you have any questions for the inspector regarding his testimony?
No.
Okay.
But can I, okay, do I speak now or I can't remember.
Well,
when
let
I
me
did.
find out if Ms.
Okay.
Reinhardt, has any other witnesses.
Okay.
Or if the board has any further questions of Inspector Gonzalez.
I have no further witnesses.
I have a brief question of Inspector Gonzalez. Inspector, you said you were out at the property, I believe you said November 28th of.
Yes,
And that was this year, is that correct?
yes,
And the photograph that we were shown still showed the windows boarded. Did you
yeah, there should be a photo attached to that case with the new photo, which shows the windows and doors.
And did you take that photograph showing
Yes.
windows and doors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I guess I have a question for, like, maybe at this time of the year, if there are weeds, they may have dissipated.
Yes.
You didn't look for the
Yeah, they
weeds.
were. Yes, there was a lot next to it. It was fenced off, so the picture wasn't coming up right. So, but it was clear.
It was clear. So the only violation that you're bringing to our attention today is the failure to have a vacant property license.
Correct.
And this would go back to the year 2021. So to correct the violation, someone, based on the earlier case that we heard, would need to get pay for a license for the year 2021 and 2022.
Correct.
And into 2023. So for 2 years, at least.
Right.
All right, very good. Ms. Smith? it's
I
your
have a question
opportunity
for
to speak.
Inspector Gonzalez, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Inspector Gonzalez, at the property, the doors and windows, do they appear to be new?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Smith?
Oh, yes. I was able to do the necessary violation on this property, obviously with the exception of the vacant license. Like I said, I have an appointment tomorrow. That was out of my control because I couldn't have done it on Eclipse. I was having a hard time. I tried it several times. You know, again, with my finances, I know I had a violation on the other property, but I could have only done one at a time. So I did it on 30th Street. I just need to get the license, you know, when I go in tomorrow for my appointment. So I'm still in the same, you know, that's all I have to say. I did the violation, but it's just the license was out of my control.
Ms. Smith, how many
Yes.
properties do you own in the city of Philadelphia?
We have the 2 vacant there, and then I have one more property.
I have a question for Ms. Smith.
Yes.
How long have you owned these total 3 properties in the city of Philadelphia?
I mean, a couple years. I really don't have like a year date, like a date.
You have a number of years? Is it 2 years for a couple or 4 years? or
No,
5?
yeah.
Which one is it?
4, 5, not 2 years, more than that, 5 plus.
5+ years you've owned all the properties.
Yes,
And the violations that I see that were brought up on the notices were sent to Darby, PA, correct?
that is correct.
Is that where you reside, may I ask?
Yes, that's a family home.
So you reside in Darby and you have 3 properties in the city of Philadelphia for 5 years, and 2 of them still require a vacant license.
Yes.
And it's a financial hardship, as you stated.
But with COVID, it hit me hard. COVID hit me hard,
You've
and
owned the properties for
yes,
5 years. You've owned the properties for
Yes.
5 years. Okay,
but
thank you very
it's
much.
no money. It's no money coming in. Okay.
I hear you, but I thank you for
Okay.
your answers. I heard you.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Ms. Rum-
I have another quick question, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Ms. Smith, just so that I am clear, of the 3 properties that you own in the city of Philadelphia, is the 3rd property that we're not discussing today, is that occupied?
Yes.
Okay, and do you collect rents from that property?
No.
Is it occupied by family?
Yes, it's kind of a half and half, I should say.
So you have a tenant, is what you're telling us?
Yes,
And do you collect rents from your tenant?
I do. Well, right now I don't actually, with the whole, right now I don't. I'm not collecting any rent at all. I'm supposed to, but I'm not collecting any rent at all.
And is there a legal reason for why you're not collecting rent from that property? I'm trying to understand why it is that you don't have the income to pay to purchase the licenses if you are making, if you have a financial investment in 3 properties, one of which is producing income.
No, what I'm saying is that the financial hardship is one thing, but trying to do it on Eclipse was difficult
I
for me to
understand that.
do.
No, I understand
Oh.
that, but I believe that, yeah, I understand that. I have technical
Okay.
issues too. But I thought that you indicated earlier that you were having financial difficulties and that was one of the reasons why you didn't have the license. Because L&I has been open for quite some time now, so, and you do have an appointment. I understood you to say at the last, when we were talking about your very first property,
Mhm.
that you know, that the cost of the license was kind of above your ability to pay.
Right, initially, I was going to do it online with the Eclipse. I would have done it there. Now, my appointment is tomorrow, but before the night is over, I'm going to have the funds so when I go in that I could pay for the license. He said it's 2 years, okay, 2 years. But initially, I would have done it on Eclipse. I tried several times, but I failed
Okay,
with
yeah,
that.
Eclipse, let's forget about Eclipse. Are you in a position to purchase the licenses, pay for the licenses for all of the properties that you own that are vacant, for the 2 properties you own that are vacant?
When I go tomorrow, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That was
Thank you, thank you.
I have one
Thank
more
you.
question. I have one more question, Ms. Smith. The property that you own that's occupied, do you have a rental license for that property?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, you have a closing statement to make?
I will rest on what has already been said. Thank you.
What action would you like this board to take?
I would like the board to affirm the city's violation that there is that for the lack of the vacant property license.
Very good. I'll pull the board. My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
The vote of the board in case number, just a moment, 28, HA 2021-005-430, Euphemia Smith, 1325 North 30th Street, is city affirmed. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what does that mean again? I'm sorry, I got
That
something
means
in the
that
mail.
the violation notice is affirmed. You've lost your appeal, and you are welcome to take further appellate action if you like. You'll get a letter from the board explaining to you what your options are, but the violation notice that you've appealed has been affirmed.
Okay, and that goes in effect today?
Yes.
The
Well, I don't know how quickly the city will implement it, but the fact is the violation notice is in effect, and you need to, as soon as possible, obtain the required vacant property license, or get it
Yes.
occupied, or get the property occupied and get a
Yes.
rental property license, whatever it takes.
Yes, okay,
Okay.
thank you, thank you.
That brings
Mr.
us, it brings us to case number 30, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-471. 1892 Broadway Associates. David Demangi, 4581 Worth Street.
And there is an attorney that's listed on my case listings here of Aaron Gross Esquire, because the appellant would appear to be perhaps an LLC or a corporation. Is someone present for 4581 Worth Street?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia. I don't believe anyone has appeared on that, and we're gonna ask that it be marked as city affirmed non-appearance.
Okay, it is 5:12 PM. My vote is city affirmed, non-appearance of the appellant.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed,
affirmed.
non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Very good, thank you. Case number HA 2021-005-471. The vote of the board is city affirmed, lack of appearance.
Case number 31, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-467. Derek Darko, 1312 West Eleanor Street. I believe he is in the room.
I do see Mr. Darko on my screen. Mr. Darko?
Yes.
Could you, I'd like to swear you in. Would you raise your right hand? Would you please swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Clark, are you the attorney for the city in this matter?
I am.
You're welcome to proceed.
So Nikia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. This case is in reference to a property maintenance violation issued regarding the lack of heat at the property located at 1312 West Eleanor Street. The city has one witness, and at this time, the city would like to call Inspector William Curley.
Mr. Curley?
Corley.
Mr. Corley?
Yes.
Inspector Corley, are you in a vehicle that is stopped?
Yes, I am.
Very good. Can I ask you to raise your right hand and swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. It
Very
will.
good. Yes, very good. Ms. Clark?
Inspector, if you could please state your name and occupation and how long you've been in your role.
Inspector William Corley, Code Enforcement, East District. I've been code enforcement since 2017.
And what are some of your primary duties in that role briefly?
I enforce the property maintenance code, Philadelphia Property Maintenance Code, as well as the Philadelphia Fire Code.
And are you familiar with the property located at 1312 West Eleanor Street?
No, I'm not. I wasn't the initial inspector. So any testimony or any information that I give is extracted from the case itself, from Eclipse, but I never inspected the property.
So is your answer that you are familiar with the property by way of the
By
department?
way of the initial inspection from the other inspector, yes.
And so have you had an opportunity to review the LNI and public records for this property?
Yes, I have.
So at this time, I'm going to share my screen with members of the board. So Inspector, I am showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the NOV, the notice of violation for the violation code for the no heat.
And when was this notice of violation sent out?
For my records, it was sent out. Give me a second.
We need to zoom in.
Yes, if you could. Give me a sec. I was trying to locate, okay, the date of the initial inspection. Okay, date of notice. Okay, I'm sorry. It's December the 1st, 2021. The date of notice. I have it here. I'm sorry.
And again, what is the violation at the property?
That was the property maintenance code for the furnace. A no heat or to repair the furnace.
And to your understanding and your knowledge as an inspector, at the time this notice of violation was written, was there a rental license on file in Eclipse?
Yes, there was a rental license for a 1-2 family that was issued on March the 25th, 2021, and it expired March 24th, 2022 of this year.
So at this time, the city would like to direct your attention to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. So Inspector, I'm showing you what has been marked as City's Exhibit 2. I'm going to zoom out. Please let me know if you can see the screen.
Yes, I assume this to be the actual property in question.
And you can see the screen, correct?
Yes, I can see the screen. I assume this is the property that the case is written on. Yes. Like I said, I never did the initial inspection, so I can't verify. All I can do is just say, from what I see, that is the property in question.
And how are these photographs stored with the department as it relates to each case?
Normally, the inspector takes the pictures with the assigned camera from the phone, from our assigned phones, cell phones, and normally they're uploaded into the Eclipse system or Posse system for our records.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen at the moment. So Inspector, just to confirm your testimony today, at the time that the notice of violation was sent, there was a rental license on file, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the current violation at the property and at the time that the notice of violation was written was in regards to a property maintenance issue, specifically the lack of heat, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, for a broken furnace or repair of a furnace inside the property, yes.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Darko, you've been listening to the hearings, so The first issue for you is if you have any questions, do you have any questions to ask of the inspector? And then we'll let you explain whatever it is that you may have as a justification for your appeal. Do you have any questions for the inspector?
No questions for the inspector. I would just like to explain the situation.
That's fine. Well, before that, I have a question for the inspector. Has there been a re-inspection made of the property, Inspector Corley?
To my knowledge, the initial inspector went out to the property 3 times. I do believe the initial inspection and 2 other times afterwards. I cannot give you a date, but they're inside the system and they should be easily extracted, or you can easily be looked upon to find those dates. But I did not conduct one before this hearing. No, I did not. But the initial inspector, Inspector Johnson, she did.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Inspector Corley, you stated that you did a review of the records prior to today's hearing. In that review of the records, did you see any indication that there was a current re-inspection done at the property sometime this year, since the heating season began October 2022?
The inspection, to my knowledge, but I can't be correct, but it was done in April. This initial inspection, and it was done by Inspector Johnson.
Right, I understand, but was that April of 2021 or April of 2022?
Oh, I'm sorry, April of 2022.
And so you reviewed the records and that indicated that, okay. Are you currently assigned to this case?
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm filling in for Inspector Johnson because she was out today.
Thank you.
So I took it upon myself, right, to at least go over it and to be able to answer some of the questions.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Clark, do you have any questions based on the questioning and answering of Inspector Corley?
Not at the moment.
Fine. Mr. Darko, do you want to explain to us the situation?
Yes. So basically, I had filed for an ejectment back in June 2021. My intentions was to rent out the house, but unfortunately that fell through and I had a squatter in the house. I've never been paid for rent or anything. So there's a stranger living in my house currently. I have a bunch of court documents that I've been in court since 2021, where we filed an ejectment. We just had court in August 2022 to remove the squatter from the home. The court did then gave her an ample amount of time to appeal the court decision, which went through October. And then they gave her more time to do another appeal, which lasted until about November 4th. Right now, we are currently working on the sheriff to remove the squatter from the home. I did not feel comfortable going to the home to do any of the violations, and the heat was turned off. There wasn't nothing wrong with the furnace. The heat was turned off because there was no one supposed to be occupying at that time while I was working on getting a tenant, a suitable tenant inside the actual home. As far as the violations go, there were 3 violations that I did see on the Eclipse portal. The first violation never got sent to me. They sent it to the 1312 West Eleanor Street house. They never sent it to the current home that I'm at now, which is 1308 Willow Avenue. Secondly, they sent me a second violation, which I had to go to the license and inspection office, and I had to talk to them to see what was going on. And I let them know the situation, like, hey, I have a squatter. I can't actually go in the home because I don't feel safe. This lady is a criminal. I can't go into the home to fix any of the violations. They told me to do the proceeds of going to court, which I've already done back in June 2021. I went to the license and inspections back in December 2021 for the heat violation.
Okay. So at this point, you're waiting for the sheriff to come out and do a lockout of this person? Is that you've completed the eviction process and you're waiting for the sheriff to do a lockout?
The ejectment process, yes, and I am waiting for the sheriff to do the lockout.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Darko, at any point in time while you were in the process of the court for eviction, did you share that or share those documents with the Department of License and Inspection?
The court documents, I did, yes. And it's not an eviction, it's an ejectment, because an eviction would be that she was a tenant and she was never a tenant at any point, any moment of these past year and a half.
And did you share those documents with Ms. Clark from the law department?
I submitted evidence to the portal that you guys sent me on the letter, and she should have had it, but I can share my screen with you guys, the court documentation that I have.
So you just submitted that you never contacted Ms. Clark from the law department personally and emailed them to her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, an ejectment is what you do, not necessarily in a landlord-tenant case, but in a squatter case. So the ejectment is not quite the same as an eviction, and it might take longer. And I think you probably had to go to common pleas court to do that.
Correct.
And let me confirm that Mr. Tennant's questioning, you did or did not provide documents of the legal actions you were taking? Did you provide documentation to someone at the Department of Licenses and Inspections showing what was in the process?
Yes, I did. When I received the letter, you guys told me to submit evidence, and I submitted all my court documentation to you guys.
Was that submitted with your appeal?
That was correct.
So for the record, the city does not have any additional information along with the appeal to corroborate the court dates. So since this is his petition, if he would like to share his screen to
Yes,
give us more
absolutely.
insight, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. 1 second.
Mr. Chair, is Mr. Wade able to let us know if that was shared with the appeal?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tennant, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Is Mr. Wade able to verify that Mr. Darko shared that those documents with the appeal at the time?
Mr. Wade? Do you have anything in the file that shows any of this court documentation?
Hold on 1 second.
I'll also pull up my inbox too as well to show you what I sent.
This was associated with his appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Wade, was there any court documents filed with this appeal?
I'll look them up right now.
Thank you.
Here we go. I sent this back November 23rd, 2022. I said, hello, admissions. My name is Derek Darko, and I received a hearing notice from you for my property. Please see the evidence attached on this email. And these are all the documents that I have up now. Here is my lawyer's document for entry of appearance. Here is the ejectment filed. This was back in July 24th, 2021 for the
Who is the
affidavit.
lawyer? Who is the lawyer for you on this matter?
My lawyer's name was Michael Scheckman.
Okay.
The affidavit for the ejectment. Here is another court document. Informants of purpose order. Here is them telling me when the court date was actually going to be, which was July of 2022, which actually got pushed back to August. Here is the court ruling in my favor in August 17th, 2022. Here is another document saying that post-trial briefing order that they gave her, and they gave her 30 days to do a post-trial briefing order. And then here is the last court document finally on November 4th, granting me the sole possession of my property.
All right. Thank you very much.
no
Any
problem.
record of receiving that, Mr. Wade?
Yes, they were all attached to the initial appeal.
I'm sorry, what did you
Yeah,
say?
they were all attached to his appeal.
Okay, very good. Anything further, Mr. Darko?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Clark?
Yes, so just to confirm, in 2021, you had a rental license on the property, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to 2021, was anyone occupying the property as a tenant? Did you have a rental license during that year as well?
No, it was me occupying it. I just got the renter's license because I knew I wanted to rent it out.
And so at the time that the notice of violation was sent out, a rental license was obtained in the hopes of having a tenant occupy the property.
Correct. I had a rental license before, I had a rental license before the violation was sent to me.
And at the time that the violation was sent to your property, the violation which states that there was no heat at the property, that was also correct as well.
That is correct, yes.
Right. So just to summarize, we're here for the violation being a property maintenance violation, a lack of heat at the property that the appellant owns. And at the time it was occupied. So I just wanted to focus the board back onto what the initial issue is regarding the property maintenance issue, and that there was an individual at the property, albeit there are different court cases going on in the midst of 2021. But at the time that the violation was written by LNI, it was correct.
Can I say something, Ms. Clark?
Well, let me I guess go ahead and say something, then I have a question for Ms. Clark. Go ahead, Mr. Dark.
So basically, the heat wasn't never messed up. The heat just wasn't off, like it wasn't on, period.
No, we understand that the issue is that it wasn't a non-working furnace, it had been turned off.
Yes, because of the whole process of
Yeah.
getting a tenant in there, but yeah,
Okay.
but I understand. Mhm.
So, Ms.
I have a
Clark,
question, if you mind. Mr. Darko, excuse me, Ms. Clark, when you say the heat turned off, do you mean that there were no gas to the property? No
Correct,
natural
yeah,
gas?
the
Okay.
PGW wasn't on. Yeah, I turned the
Okay, thank you.
PGW off, yes.
I'm clear, thank you.
And if I may, just one additional question. Can you please clarify who Satira Wilson is?
That is the squatter.
And what is your relation to this individual, if any? Do you not know her at all?
I don't know her at all. I picked her randomly from section, section 8.
So with the intention of having her as a tenant?
Correct, and yeah. Mhm.
so she moved in originally as a tenant and then became a squatter?
No, she never moved in as a tenant. She actually broke into the house. She actually took the keys from my lockbox. So I've sold her the house before, and then I confronted her back in June 2021, and she moved all her stuff in there. So yeah, and I called the cops, and because she had mail sent there already, and she already started a electric bill, they said there's nothing we can do about it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Darko, so what happened is that through the process that Section 8 has, you notified this individual that your property was empty and up for rent, and then she moved forward illegally
Exactly.
and put the electric company on there. Yeah, I understand that process. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Clark, what would you like, what decision would you like the board to render in this matter?
So the city would respectfully request the city affirm in this matter. At the time that the violation was written, the violation was correct. There was no heat at the property. The tenant stated that in 2021, he had the intention of renting the property out, indicating that the property was ready for someone to habitate in that property. At the time in 2021, LNI went out, found the property maintenance issue regarding the lack of heat, and there was nothing to indicate that that was not the case. I understand that there are additional court cases going on in regards to whether or not that individual is indeed a squatter or not, but that does not negate the fact that at the time the violation was written, it was correct. So the city would respectfully request a city affirm in this case.
Okay, very good. I'll ask the board to vote on the matter. My vote is city affirmed, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed.
City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer, Ms. Ben.
I said appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Okay, I've got one appeal sustained. I've got one city affirmed and two city affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to respectfully change my vote to abstain as well.
Well, we're split and
I think it's 3-1, Mr. Pincus, is that correct?
no, it is, it's the Mr.
Mr.
I'm
Pettit
sorry.
switched to appeal sustained.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I vote appeal sustained.
okay. I'll change my vote to appeal sustained, and it'll be four votes for sustaining the appeal. So you've won your appeal, Mr. Darko. We wish you good luck on resolving this, getting the tenant out and getting the property cleaned up because probably it'll be a mess. And
Yeah.
get you back in the good graces of the city.
Thank you. It's been a nightmare. It's really been a tough time getting her out. It was, yeah, it's taken like a really, really long time.
You know, I understand the process. Most of us do, I suspect. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Clark.
That brings us to case 32. Hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-497. Shane Edwards, 1835 North 33rd Street. No
Good
one in
evening.
the,
Oh, go ahead.
I don't see anyone in the waiting, I don't see anyone in the room, and service was made.
All right, let's just call once more. Mr. Shane Edwards or anyone here with respect to the property at 1513 North 33rd, I'm sorry, 1835 North 33rd Street.
A cell phone number just joined.
The cell phone number, is that person responding to the call for the property? No.
They just joined. I don't know if you want to, please identify yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Sir, are you on the phone with respect to the property at 1835 North 33rd Street?
Oh, no, that's not me.
Okay. Could you identify yourself for the board, please?
Philip Griffin, property address 1513 North 33rd Street.
You're the next case, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let us take a vote on the case of HA 2021-005-497. Ms. Reinhardt, is that your case?
It is. I would request city affirm non-appearance.
It is 5:38 PM. My vote is city affirmed a non-appearance of the appellant.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Very good. That's the decision in case number HA 2021-005-497, city affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you.
Next
Case number 36, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-734. Philip Griffin, 1513 North 33rd Street.
Mr. Griffin, are you able to provide video for this matter?
Video? No, my phone is kind of old.
Well, do you have the ability to be shown on the screen on your phone?
Excuse me, say that again?
can we see you? Does your phone have a screen? Are you able to do internet on your phone and present yourself on a video?
I don't know how to do that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right. Who's handling the case for the city?
Good evening. This is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Mr. Rulo, are you willing to proceed under the circumstances?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Griffin, we'll proceed to hear the matter. I'll ask you to raise your right hand and swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
All right, let us proceed. Mr. Rulo.
Good evening again. So there's two preliminary matters concerning this bill that I'd like to draw the board's attention to. The first is that the date of the notice of violation in this matter is October 15th, 2021. The appeal in this matter, however, was not filed until mid-December of 2021, but is untimely. I would note that in the appeal documents, the appellant does say that they did not receive, they only received the final notice of violation. But I'd just like to note that the initial notice and the final notice went to the same address. So it's the city's position in this case that the appeal should be denied as untimely. And then the second that I'd like to draw the board's attention to as a preliminary matter is that in the appeal documents, the appellant does not actually dispute the existence of the violations. It was a request for additional time to comply them. So at this time, we're a year after that. And I believe in this instance, since there's no dispute as to the existence of the violations, the board is able to rule in this matter without hearing testimony. There essentially is no dispute of fact that's material to the appeal at this point.
All right, Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Griffin, you heard
Yes.
the argument of the city. One, your appeal was not filed timely, although you stated you didn't receive notices until you received the final notice, and that in your notice you asked for additional time. I guess the question would be, Mr. Rulo, are you aware of whether or not the property has been re-inspected in the meantime and the violations have been complied?
Yes, there is Inspector Gonzalez here who can testify to that. And I can represent to the court that the violation remains out of compliance at this time.
All the violations are done.
All right, let
He-
us,
he-
first, Mr.
Okay.
Griffin, I guess we first have to decide whether we'll hear your case. And
Okay.
I'm inclined under the circumstances to let the matter proceed unless I
Okay.
have strong disagreement from the members of the board to hear the case and have Mr. Rulo present his witness. Hearing no strong objection from my fellow board members, Mr. Rulo, let's proceed with the case.
Understood. I would ask the board to swear in Inspector Gonzalez.
I believe he's been sworn in.
Okay, great. Inspector Gonzalez, are you, can you hear me? Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. With the board's permission, I'd like to share my screen.
Go ahead.
Okay, just 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Just 1 second, pardon. Okay, Inspector Gonzalez, can you introduce yourself and your position with the Department of License and Inspections?
Yeah, I was a code enforcement officer, inspector for the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
Okay, and how long have you served in that position?
29 years.
And I'm going to direct your attention again. Can you see something that's been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit A on the screen?
Yes.
This, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so that everyone can see it hopefully a bit better. And what is this document?
This is the notice of violation.
And have you had a chance to review this document?
Yes,
And this is a document that the department keeps in the ordinary course of its business.
yes.
And what is the date of this notice?
10/15/2021,
And what is the identified property?
1513 North 33rd Street.
And turning to the substance of the violations, I've moved down on that document. Can you walk us through what the violations were that were identified at this property?
Yeah, he was missing 4 windows and 2 doors. He had trash on the property and handrails were missing.
And then I think there are a couple others here. Is that correct on this next page?
Yes, those are the vacant orders.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to move down now to City Exhibit B, excuse me. And can you see the image that's up on the screen now?
Yes,
And what is this image?
this is the image of the vacant property with the boarded windows and doors.
And this was taken around the time that the violations were issued?
Yes,
And moving down here, and this is an additional angle of that structure,
yes,
right? And have you had a chance to re-inspect the property?
yes.
And when was that re-inspection?
11/28/22.
I'm going to move down to City Exhibit C now. Can you see what's displayed on the screen now?
Yes, it's the same vacant property, but all the windows and doors have been repaired. The handrail is the only thing missing.
So the only violation that remains open at this time concerns the handrail.
The handrail,
Yeah,
yes.
and it's done.
steps.
We done that. It's done.
You just recently did it?
Yes,
Well,
yes, sir.
Let's wait, let Mr. We'll get
Excuse
to you after we hear from Mr. Inspector Gonzalez, okay?
Okay, okay.
So Inspector Gonzalez, as of your most recent inspection, that handrail still was not there, correct?
Right.
And again, what was the date of that inspection?
11/28/22.
And that does it for my questioning for Inspector Gonzalez. I would just ask that City Exhibits A through C be admitted.
Exhibits are admitted. Mr., I'll get your name correct, Mr. Griffin.
Yes, sir.
You'll have an opportunity to present your explanation regarding this matter. The question,
Okay.
the issue is whether you have any questions for Inspector Gonzalez based on the testimony he just gave.
No, he did his job. He did right.
Very good, very good. All right, Mr. Rulo, do you have any further witnesses?
I have a
No.
question, of Mr. Inspector Gonzalez. Quick question, if he knows this. This property appears from just my history to be in the vicinity of probably the historic John Coltrane House. Are you familiar with that? Am I on the right?
No, I'm not familiar with, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, right next door.
I thought so. All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Which is now the subject of considerable discussion about trying to repair and restore the house.
Yes.
Interestingly, I'm going to the Woodmere Art Museum to hear a jazz performance of Coltrane music on Friday night. At any
Yeah, I
rate,
grew up with cousin Mary. Yeah, that's cousin Mary. I grew up with her. That was my house since I was like 12. Cousin Mary, I knew his cousin. We went to
all
store
right, well,
for every day.
Mr. Griffin, let us hear what your explanation is
Okay.
regarding these violations and what you've done to address them. Obviously, you've
Okay.
replaced the windows and the doors, and according to
Yeah.
Inspector Gonzalez, the only item that the violations when issued were correct.
Yeah.
The issue is correcting them has not been completed. Or
They
has,
completed. Yes.
when did you replace the railing?
The rail, yesterday, day before yesterday, we completed the rail.
Have you notified the department that you've done this?
I thought I wasn't really familiar with how this works and everything. I thought that they probably give a time frame to do it and then they come back out. And actually, that's what he did. He came back out and took pictures or whatnot. But I thought they supposed to reach back out to you. I didn't know I was supposed to reach out to them once everything is done. So I just did the work and I just left it alone.
Except it took you over a year to complete the work.
Well, when you give me a chance to explain that, it was a situation. So when you give me my chance to explain that reason,
this is
I'll
your
explain.
chance right now.
Oh, right now? Okay. I mean, if you look at the it was in the news and everything where there was a fire in the housing authority house where there was a squatter, and my house had got a lot of smoke damage and water damage from the fire department. We have the fire reports and everything, and the insurance company. I had one of those people that do like they chase fires or something, and they was doing my claim, but they never put my claim in. So I was waiting for my insurance money to come or whatnot. And I don't want to use this as an excuse, but the fire happened 2 weeks after I buried my mother. So I was going through a lot with that and everything. So the fire and the insurance took me a while. And now is actually another situation where a person, and you can go on file and see this too, that a person is actually trying to steal the property from me. They went and got like a quick deed or something. So I have a lawyer on that now. If you go in there and look on the computer right now, it's a person named Edward Brown on my property right now. So I was going through that too. So basically, I'm not using it as no excuse or whatnot, but that's what I've been going through right now. I don't know. You want to go on the fire on the news thing and look and see that there was a fire and the Coltrane house didn't get any damage, but my house took in a lot of damage. So I was doing what I could out of pocket. I fixed the roof and everything out of pocket. I got receipts, I got pictures, I got everything. So that's it. I was just going through that.
What is your intention? To rent it or move back in, or what do you or sell it? What's your intention?
It was a family home, so I want to keep it in my family. I want to pass it down to my kids or whatnot. They're older now, so I want to give them a chance to figure out what they want to do with it or whatnot. But I want to keep it in our family. Like I said, I'm 53 years old, and we've lived in that property since I was 11, 12, across from that golf course and next to the Coley. Like I said, we was real close with cousin Mary, John Coltrane's cousin, and I just want to keep it in our family. This is like one of the only houses that we have left in our family, and I just want to keep this house.
All right, well, fine. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rulo, what is it that you would ask the city to do in this matter?
I just had a couple of questions. It should be very quick for the appellant.
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned the property?
Excuse me?
How long have you owned the property?
I took the property over probably, I had it since 03.
Okay. When was the last time that it was occupied?
I'm not sure because it went through a couple other family members before I took it over, so I'm really not sure. I couldn't even give you no date on that. I was riding past one day and I asked my aunt, I didn't even know my aunt owned the property. She was married into our family, my great uncle's wife, and I thought my grandmother owned it because we all lived there and everything. We didn't know when we was kids that she was renting it out from my uncle's wife. So I was just riding past every day, and I was like, "What's going on with the house?" And I just looked at it, and then I went and talked to my cousin. She said my mom owned it. So I went to my aunt Gloria, and Gloria Robinson. You'll see her name is on the title too. And she was like, "You want it?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll take it." So I just took it over.
And when was the fire that you mentioned?
The fire happened in January because I know that date. Cause like I said, that was 2 weeks after I buried my mother.
January.
And, so I think it was January of 21 or 20. I'm not sure. I think I know it's been almost 2 years since I buried my mom. So it's been. And I never knew that those people who was doing my case never put my claim, and I was just waiting and waiting and waiting. And I was wondering what took so long. So then I called the insurance company myself, and they was like, "Your claim was never put in." So I waited almost like 8 months before I did that and everything, because I never had an insurance claim before, so I didn't know how it works. I was letting them handle everything. So I finally just called myself, And then
Thank
it
you,
took like another 6-7 months for the insurance to come.
Thank you, sir. So, Board Member Pink, city's request in this matter is, it sounds like the appellant has represented that the violation, the last remaining violation is complied. This has been going on for quite a while, so we're just going to ask for a city affirm in this instance. And it seems that the inspector can go out there promptly and mark this case closed.
Very good. All right, anything further from you, Mr. Griffin?
Nah, I
Right,
just heard one of y'all talk
looks
about the
like-
cold tray.
It looks like you complied the matter. The city can re-inspect it.
Yeah.
Violations did in fact occur, and you've dealt with them. So the record can get marked as complied. Our decision is whether the appeal was valid or not, and we have to act on what the city's actions were at the time. So I'll ask for our vote. My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
All right, so the board will send you a letter indicating what the decision of the board is. It looks like you've remedied the situation, so hopefully there'll be no further complications for you and you can do whatever you intend to do with the property. The decision of the
Yes.
board in case number HA 2021-005-734, Philip Griffin, 1513 North 33rd Street is city affirmed. Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you.
And Board Member Pincus, that completes my business. May I please be excused?
Have a good evening.
Hello?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You too. Thank you.
Case number 46. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-004-547. Janelle Height, 5013 Chester Avenue. This is
Janelle, it's Janelle.
Okay, Janelle.
Ms. Height, I think you're
Yeah.
there.
I'm
Okay,
here.
this is your case. Can I ask you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Who's handling the case for the city?
Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Ms. Reinhardt, you may proceed.
Thank you. Inspector Brian Conaway is going to be my witness. If you could swear him in as well.
As soon as I see him, Inspector Conaway, would you please raise your, I don't think you've testified yet, have you?
I have.
Oh, my apologies.
Earlier, I've already.
You
been
did,
sworn in.
okay. If you've already testified, you don't need to be sworn in again. Very good. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. This is an appeal from a notice of intent to cease. Ms. Height is the tenant, and I'm going to jump right into it and share my screen with the permission of the board.
Go ahead.
I'm going to start with what has been previously marked Exhibit A. Inspector Conaway, I am showing you a notice of violation in order to correct dated November 5th, 2022. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell us about it?
It's a notice to correct, a notice of violation presented to the owner of the structure with a list of violations written. on November
And,
3rd.
oh, I apologize. Were you finished? I could not quite hear.
Yes, I'm done.
The property indicated on this notice of violation is 5013 Chester Avenue. And it says that this inspection occurred initially on November 3rd, 2022. Did you conduct that inspection?
I did.
And what did you find at the property?
At the time of inspection, I observed an illegal basement unit with the young lady living there with her younger daughter. The unit has no natural light in it. And once again, it's an illegal unit. The property is not zoned for that
Just to clarify the zoning, how many units is the property zoned for?
The property is zoned for 3 units.
And what you're saying is that the property had 3 units plus an additional basement unit?
That's correct.
And can you tell us about the, whether you found smoke detectors in this unit?
So there was a smoke detector on the ceiling in the basement, outside of the laundry room, but the battery had been removed. So it wasn't working.
Is that a safety concern of yours?
Yes, it is. Smoke detector is designed to alert individuals in the event of smoke and fire. If it's not working, it's not going to save lives.
What is the concern of having an illegal basement unit?
Well, one, the basement is where all of your mechanicals are, your heating furnaces, your water heaters, so on and whatnot. You may get a bit of carbon monoxide in that area. And then with that basement unit not having any windows in it, you know, the people down there are at risk. Not to even mention the zoning aspect of it, fire protection.
Moving on to Exhibit B, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. Did you take these photographs?
I did.
What does this picture show?
That picture shows the entrance to the illegal basement unit. After you come in from outside, there's a hallway. There's 2 doors on that right-hand wall. One is for the laundry room. The next one is where water heater and the heating furnaces are. And then that door there is the entrance into the basement unit, illegal unit.
Okay, moving on to the second photograph. Is this just an additional photograph of the interior of the unit?
Yes, the kitchen area, yes.
And the third photograph? What is this?
Living room area, living room area,
The third photograph?
bedroom,
Fourth?
bathroom.
And is that you in the mirror?
Yes, yes.
Maybe me.
In the next photograph, what are we looking at?
We're looking at that smoke detector that we talked about where the battery had been removed.
In this next photograph?
That is the entrance to the basement, with which I'm showing there are no handrails along those steps. When you have 4 or more steps, you need to have fill up your property maintenance requires a handrail.
And is that for the a concern for safety of ingress and egress?
Yes.
So I'm moving to Exhibit C. This is a notice of intent to cease operations and order. Did you issue this as a result of the inspection that we just discussed above?
I did.
And for what reasons?
Because it's an illegal unit. It's not zoned for that basement.
And is the concern based on the health, safety, and welfare that you testified to just a minute ago?
It is.
Now, this notice is dated November 4th, 2022. When is the cease scheduled to be effective?
It's supposed to go into effect actually tomorrow, December 7th, 2022.
No, it's on my paper, December 8th. Okay.
Inspector, can you please clarify the dates?
Date here states December 7th, 2022.
Now, I believe I saw in the file that there was a notice that was circulated for an intended cease on December 8th. And then that was canceled and this was issued. Is that correct?
I don't have that case pulled up. I can pull it. I don't have my work computer.
I'm sorry,
Inspector,
I'm
we're not-
unable to hear what you're saying.
We didn't hear you.
I said, I don't have those case files in front of me. I don't have the office computer. I'm just going by this notice of intent that you have listed here, and the date on it is December 7th.
Okay, and you just,
Ms. Reinhardt, we're losing you as well.
I think that was actually my stutter rather than connectivity. I apologize. This instant notice of intent to seize is sent to Firefighters Investments. Is that the owner of record?
Yes, that's the responsible party on file for that property, yes.
Okay. And the second page is responsible party. It says occupant. Can you explain why this is sent?
That it goes to the occupant of the unit, the young lady. She's the occupant, so that letter was given to her along with optional housing. So one goes to the owner and the other goes to the occupant.
I have no more questions for the inspector.
Very good. Does the board have any questions for the inspector? If not, I do.
I do, Mr. Chair. Inspector Conway, just a little verification. You said that there are no windows in the basement, correct?
Correct. There is no natural light in the basement.
Okay, and this is a direct question. Are there two ways to exit the basement or just that one that
No.
you showed us for entry?
Just that one.
Just that one. And at the time of your inspection, do you observe any children living in that basement apartment?
Yes, a small little girl.
Okay. And I'm just perplexed when I see that Firefighters Investments are the owner. Thank you, nothing further.
That was my question. One of them was my question as well. Thank you, Mr. Tennant. Ms. Height, you've been patiently waiting all afternoon. The first issue is whether you have any questions for Inspector Conaway regarding his testimony, and then we'll give you an opportunity to explain your situation. We do understand you're a tenant in the property, and as far as we know, unless Mr. Wade wants to tell me I'm incorrect, there has been no formal appeal filed by the actual owner of the property regarding this violation. And from what I'm understanding is the apartment you're living in has never been approved as being usable for residential purposes. You have any questions for Inspector Conaway?
No.
Mr. Wade, there's been no appeal filed by the owner.
I am double checking right now.
Firefighters Investments.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry?
Firefighters Investments, what does that mean?
That's the name who at least the city has on record as being the legal owner of your property. Who do you pay rent to?
Moe Mustafa.
I'm sorry?
His name is Moe Mustafa.
Could you say that slowly?
Moe Mustafa. That's his name.
That's who, do you write the check out to him?
I pay him through PayPal. And before then I was paying him in cash, taking it all the way up to his car dealership up the Northeast.
So you were paying an individual by the name of Moe Mustafa?
Yes.
You don't know who this Firefighter Investments is?
No. The guy, Moe Mustafa, was just on a property yesterday harassing me. And he been back only since October on the property. Moe Mustafa, the owner. Just to help just to
Well,
help.
Well, while we're talking, I'll ask the
No.
city solicitor to go online just to confirm or what Philadoc says or who Philadoc says is the owner of this property.
Mr. Chair, does she have an address of this auto body shop or auto shop where she was previously paying in cash?
No, I wasn't taking it up there. My boyfriend was. I don't have the direct address on me in front of me, but I can get it if I need to send it to you. or
Well,
anything.
let's hear what, I mean, while we might be sympathetic to whatever circumstances you have as the occupant of the property, the fact is that this apartment, based on the testimony of the city's inspector, is totally, and I think I'm using the correct word, totally illegal. There's not been any zoning variance granted for the basement use of the property. It is unsafe because it doesn't have windows. It's next to or in the same space as the utilities are for the property. Arguably, it's a dangerous situation. And so while we're here to hear from you, have you made any efforts to try to find another place to live?
No, I have not. My family is down south, so I will only be
Family is
house.
what? I'm sorry, what did you
My
say?
family, my mother and my family's down south. My sister is living with her baby father, and I don't have anyone else. So I will be literally couch hopping with my daughter if I was to be put out this apartment.
Well, you can't continue living there while this situation apparently is not being addressed. Whoever owns the property has a clear zoning violation. So,
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Ms. Height, or maybe the inspector comment. What type of heat is in that apartment unit?
They got heat and central heating, and it comes out the vent, but I only get it if they turn the heat on upstairs. So I have to use the electric heater.
Space heater?
Yes, everything is controlled from the tenant above me, and he got the vents down so I can feel the air in the summertime and I can feel the heat in the winter, but they control it. If they're not home, I'm cold. If they're not home, I'm hot, so I gotta control it with a electric heater.
Space heater. Thank you.
Yes.
do you think this is an unsafe situation, Ms. Height?
Yes.
All right.
Especially now.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, for Ms. Height. Ms. Height, you said in your appeal that you had some significant plumbing issues.
This is not the first. This is not the first problem. Well, this is the reason why I called you guys. I had to call LNI to make him get up and come do the job because I called the Philadelphia Water Department. I tried to get it fixed myself numerous of times, and it's just like, for them to dig up the street, you have to have the landlord's permission. So I called and asked him to come down here and do something about it. He came down October 10th, sink the feces. I have feces in my shower, my water, my kitchen sink. The whole basement flooded from my bathroom all the way out to the living room floor. I had to get all of that up by myself. And the man, he came the next day, harassed me, seen it, and literally left right back out. He didn't send nobody over here to fix it. He
Ms.
didn't
Height,
say.
Ms. Height, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. Has the plumbing been fixed?
Yes, now,
When was it fixed?
October 26th and 27th. That's when he had them come out and dig up the ground and then redo the pipes, and now it's re-cemented, but it's fixed now.
And have you made any attempt recognizing that the apartment has not been safe for you? I'm very concerned about your, having experienced that plumbing situation and you're being a cancer patient, that can't possibly be safe for you or for your child. Have you made any efforts to find another living space?
Yes. I made a lot. I'm making a lot of efforts. I'm talking to my social workers. I'm reaching out to family members to see where I can go. What's my next step to do, and how I can get my money back from this man, so I can get me a appropriate apartment, a legal apartment.
And are you represented? Do you happen to have legal help, an attorney of any type?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you happen to have an attorney who is assisting
No.
you?
No. No, ma'am.
Okay.
I would like one.
All right, is there anything further you want us to hear or know, Miss Height?
Yes, he threatened me. He harasses me. He called me out of my name numerous times. He called me a crackhead. He said he was going to call DHS on my daughter. Like, he's just been harassing me a lot. And the neighbors too. He's been harassing the neighbors. Like, it's just, I don't know what this man wants from me. I've been paying him my rent as long as I know. I've been there. And he acting like I owe him something for a legal unit. I didn't know it was illegal the whole time I was there until I had to call LNI for him to do this work.
When
And
did you move in again?
I've been staying there since 2017. I dated my boyfriend since then, and I've been back and forth there ever since then. But since I had cancer, for the last year I had my baby, I've been there consecutively the last 2-3 years.
I see. All right, well, thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, what would you ask the city to do under the circumstances? There's a cease that's supposed to go in effect either tomorrow or the next day, which would
Yes, that-
require, I assume that would require Ms. Height to have to move out.
It would. It is scheduled for tomorrow. I would request city affirm with whatever timeframe the board believes is appropriate.
Ms.
Okay,
Reinhardt, if I may ask, you are in communication with Ms. Height or just the Inspector Conway?
Ms. Height and I have spoken before this hearing.
Are you able to, if you have any information or a number for community legal services to share with her for some assistance? If that's not out of, your job spec, I wouldn't want to.
I can look into what those are. At this
I'm not
moment,
asking you to do
I'm just
something you
not
don't normally
familiar.
do. I wouldn't ask you to do something you're not normally known to do.
I can provide some information, yes.
Thank you.
all right. I'll start the vote and the board can either agree with me or make its recommendations, and I'll be subject to whatever they may suggest. I'm going to vote city affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
I concur with the chairman, 60-day stay of enforcement, city affirmed.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 120-day stay of enforcement.
Hmm.
With all due respect, 60 days is not enough time to find another apartment in the middle of winter, and she has a small child. Obviously, we vote our conscience, and I just want to put on the record so that council understands my position. But 60 days is not enough time for her to come out of that place. And I recognize the severity of the condition and the risk that she's been facing, but she's been there for 4 years now. I think she needs additional time to find a place and get an attorney and get the help that she needs. 60 days is simply not enough time.
That I asked each of you to express your opinions. I certainly don't want to create further hardship for Ms. Height.
Well taken, Ms. Penn. Thank you for that
So,
reminder for winter time.
120 days, Mr. Tennant?
Yes.
All right, I'll go with Ms. Penn's recommendation of city affirmed 120-day stay. Mr. Pettit, are you
Me too, 120 days, me too, 120 days.
All right, so the decision of the board, Ms. Height, is that the decision of the board is to affirm the violations, but not enforce the cease order for you to have to move for 120 days. That's 4 months. You have to try to find as best you can another place to live. This is unacceptable where you are. And
Okay.
if you want to contact and you have Ms. Reinhardt's number, she may be able to give you some information about contacting community legal services or finding some legal assistance. If you have a caseworker, someone might be able to help you get to someone who can take action in your behalf against the landlord. Ms. Reinhardt, do you want to share your phone number with Ms. Height?
So I would prefer to share that through an email that we already have that communication, just so that it's not on the court record.
That's fine. Ms. Height, she'll send you an email.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
thank
may I
you.
ask-
Thank
may
you
I
all.
ask Ms. Reinhardt a question?
You're hard to hear right now, Ms. Penn. I'm not
I'm
sure why.
asking if I might ask Ms. Reinhardt a very quick question.
Absolutely.
Whether or not that, does the cease apply to all of the tenants?
Inspector, can you please clarify?
Not clear by the paperwork.
No, the cease only applies to the illegal unit, the basement unit. The other 3 units in the structure are legal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we know who the legal owner of the property is? Has anybody been able to look that up?
So I looked it up before the hearing, and the deed was to the firefighters organization listed on the notice of violation.
Yeah, I checked it too, and it says Firefighters Investments LLC. Ms. Reinhardt is correct.
All right, so Ms. Height, it's a question as to who you're paying rent to and what relationship they have to the ownership of the property. Just something else for you to look into or consider. The board's decision is to affirm in case number HA 2022-004547. The decision of the board is to affirm the city, but allow for 120-day stay of enforcement. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Penn, for that reminder.
Mr.
Thank you.
Wade.
Will I be getting an email from Miss Michelle, is that her name?
Yes, I will follow up with you momentarily in order to both provide my contact information again and for additional information.
Will I be getting anything else in the mail from you guys? Should I be looking out for?
You'll get a letter, there'll be a letter sent to the property and to you as the occupant.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. We appreciate
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
The last case of the day, case 47, hearing appeal number HA 2022-004170. Shakina
Christopher
Lang.
Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Wait, let Mr.
Lampkin.
Wade finish calling the case, Mr. Johnson.
Shakina Lampkin, 2026 North 33rd Street.
And it would appear she is not present.
No,
No one
service-
has appeared here today on that
Service
case.
was made.
So at this hour of 6:22 PM, what is the request, Mr. Johnson?
The city is requesting that it be city affirmed non-appearance.
Okay, in case number HA 2022-04170, Shakina Lampkin, 2626 North 33rd Street. My vote at 6:22 PM is city affirmed for lack of appearance of the appellant.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Very good. That's the decision of the board. As far as I can tell, that concludes all of the items on the list for today's hearings. And our next hearing is scheduled for this Thursday afternoon.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you all, Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you. See you Thursday.
Thank
Ms.
you all.
Penn, she's gone.